If we'll be doing ashes tomorrow, we shall see, I guess. But yeah. What's up? How's it going, Broly? There's just a lot going on, man. We'll get into it throughout the day. I actually have a video going on live at 8 a.m. Anybody that's been following me semi-regularly probably realizes I don't typically post videos at 8 a.m. long form anyways on a Saturday. Now, not to like hype up everything, but it's certainly something to pay attention to. All right, let me... One last thing. But this might be the last time, for a little while anyways, we do Ashes of Creation. A lot of that will be determined this week, I think. All right. We need a server wipe. Yeah. I mean, the problem with server wipes, right? I get the rationale that you know, you want to, that the economy is broken and that, you know, all of these things are sort of happening and that you have dupers and you have botters and stuff like that. But I know people will probably disagree when I say this, but you know, if you're not able to have those things fixed prior to wiping, like there's no reason to wipe because it's just going to come back, right? And then you're going to have to wait for it to be fixed again, and then you have another wipe, and so it is what it is. 8 a.m. So that's like in an hour, 8 a.m. my time, Central Time. So. Again, not to like throw up any big world's going to shit kind of things, but it's something I urge you all to really watch and pay attention to as it comes up. I've never played a game that crashes so much. Yeah, I mean, well, I actually don't crash that much, but oh shit! All right. Oh wow, what is this about? I've not had this problem. All right, hopefully it's the lagging out's gonna talk. See, freak, what's up? Why am I lagging out so much right here? Are the hints right that the server will be shut down? What was talking about with information that can't be revealed? What was Kira talking about? You know, I don't know exactly what Kira was talking about. I only watched the first couple of minutes of that. And it was honestly hard for me to track what he was getting at. I think I know. And that's sort of tied to what I have going live, but I don't know. Are his hints? So what was he hinting? That the server will be shut down. What do you mean? Like I didn't watch his whole video, so. Well, we have a permanent server wipe with no coming back. Tell me I hear it in your voice, Theory Forge, that something bad's going on. I mean, you know, bad's always relative. Oh, look at that. We got back to that visual issue. Look at the cape. All right, there it disappeared. Crazy. Yeah, I don't know why we're getting lag here. I will say, this is nobody, like, this is usually packed up and crazy, isn't it? All right, let's see what's going on with Aldi. Let's see if you're real or not. All right, do you have, what is the walking like? All right, Sorcerer, that's hilarious as a guild name right there. Sorcerer was Steven's name. And okay, Sama Blue, you are 100% a bot. Do you see that? He got stuck, so he went that way. Aldi as well. These might be together. I can't tell. I will say there's hardly anybody here. Let's see, say good morning. Let's see if anybody responds. Oh, look, there's TikTok. I didn't know TikTok played Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation. That's the name of the game. What's up, Rory? He didn't really say anything apart from there was some rough news coming that he heard from an insider, but hadn't corroborated yet, so didn't want to break it. He was hinting nothing specifically. I'm just assuming something really bad is going on. Is this guy swinging at me? What's happening there? I see. Either they sell, what I could figure out is either they sell the project, then I ask myself, why would they do that? Any tips for new players that don't have the best PC that are trying to play the game? Ooh, that's, I mean, you got two different competing things there. The tips for a new player is to, you know, solo level 1 through 7 or 8 and then join a group. Join a guild as well. What's up, Chris? You know, as far as on a, I mean, just turn your settings down is all I can tell you. Probably the biggest offenders when you're, if you have a system that's not that great, or even a system that has decent, you know, even if you're running a 5000 series, you can see I'm actually sitting on oh, why am I on medium? Okay, all of this reset. Something reset everything. Your global illumination and your shadows are going to be some of the biggest things to look at changing. So. Why is this set to medium? We run on ultra. Let's see what happens. Have you noticed that at the moment there are no devs logged in? You talking about Discord? Are they just stopping the project because they have no money? Even on Lotharia, the servers are dead. That's crazy. There's nobody here except for these bots. All right, let's step back. Let's see odds. The way he ran there, he's a bot, right? The way he's taking right angles. See that? Yeah, so that's a bot. Looks real. Your name sucks, by the way. I don't know who that is, but the guild name is shit. TikTok's probably real. So that's 2 real. Sect of Honor is obviously real. They helped us kill bots last week. Oh wait, our crate runners left. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, there's hardly anybody here. Are you playing any other games on the side? That's going to be a question, yeah, for us. I thought about tomorrow doing Apogea, but I don't know. I don't know. You need a good CPU for MMOs. I was having a lot of performance issues, moving my install to an SSD. Oh yeah, it definitely give a SSD. Do not put it on a traditional old style hard drive. You definitely want solid state. Preferably 32 gigs of RAM as well. What do you think of Kira's new video and claimed that he didn't share? I didn't watch the whole thing. So I know he talked about getting something from a meeting and wanting to get information before he like spread the news or so. I don't know what I don't know. I didn't watch the full thing though. No devs in Discord. Yeah, everybody's. So gosh, where do we begin? I need to hold up, guys. Where to begin? Yeah, so definitely we've noticed, I agree, noticing that there's not a lot of devs in Discord. We're on Vira. Is this single player? No, this is an MMO. It can be soloed if you want, but usually they're logged in and sleeping mode. Yeah, no, they nobody important. I appreciate the follow. Yeah, no, it's been noticeable. Actually, you know, now Steven has also commented on having some medical issues going on. But yeah, they've not been in Discord for. Steven's not been in Discord regularly for a long, long time. So. Any news on when a wipe will happen? No, no clue. I don't think you should expect one necessarily anytime soon. I mean, again, guys, with wipes, if you've not fixed the problems that are causing the issues that make everybody want a wipe, like it really doesn't make sense to wipe, because you're going to have the same bots, you're going to have the same exploits and all these other things that happen. You know, it's just, I know everybody wants to talk about a wipe, but you know, there's no real reason to do that, because we'll just be back here again in a month. Like, we need to wipe again because things are still really bad. So I get it. In 15 minutes, wait, I'm losing track of stuff here. In 15, it's 15 minutes of complete waste of time. Literally says nothing about the information he got. Hasn't he had like some issues with YouTube takedowns, or I don't know, something going on that's made him very cautious in the past, I think. I think it's important how you word things. What MMO would you recommend your guild playing while waiting for new content and updates? You know, I've heard Guild Wars 2 has been popping. I've not been over there. If you don't mind World of Warcraft, I know that can be a hot topic issue. You know, I think the expectation is their next expansion is going to be really, really good. So yesterday I tested several different sets of armor and weapons. After that, I didn't want to continue playing this shitty game. Today I'll sell all my items for gold, and the gold for real money. All right. I don't know if anybody's buying anything for real money anymore. But go for it. Whatever you feel. Just, you know, you might get banned. I have 16 gigabytes of RAM. The game is literally unplayable. Yeah, it's highly unoptimized, and it feels like it's been getting less optimized as we go. High is not recommended to play the game now. Wipe coming soon. I would wait. I don't know that there's a wipe coming soon, but I would wait until the next actual content patch is what I would tell you to do. They got to fix things before the wipe. Yeah. It's a good morning when Deerforge is streaming. What's up, Undead? No one is getting banned for selling gold. Well, you know, that is something that became, and actually, was that over this last week? I don't know that we talked about it last week. So, or maybe we have. Everything, there's so much stuff. I have no idea. I don't remember what we talked about, but a post was put out by Roshan basically saying that there is no enforceable like permanent ban. Basically, if your account gets banned, there's no such thing as ban evasion, and you can just buy a new account. Like, they just said, that's fine. Now I get it. There's probably a lot of reasons for that. It's probably very hard to prevent people from coming back, but just to sort of publicly make that your policy, I think is just is an issue, that you're just saying, okay, you can come back, you know, pay us more money. It's fine. You know, there's no ban evasion here. You know, just don't do it again, or you might get your account banned again, and then you have to pay us again. Is sort of how I read all that, which I don't know that's the great message to give everyone, but you know. What is Kira's rumor? Do you know? All right, guys, so I'm gonna be straight with you. This week could be pretty sad. So we'll see what Wednesday through Friday brings. I'll post, I have a video that goes live at 8. And so I would just encourage you to read that, to watch it. I guess you could read it. You could read the transcript. Oh, Star Citizen, you know what? We could do that. We could stream that tomorrow. Actually, I've spent like $25 to get access or something like that on that. Anybody keeping track of how many bots we see come through here? Hats off to these people that are actually still playing. Sog, what's up? Is there anything good about this game? You know, that's an interesting question. I have been in chat multiple times. All right, let me start that over. I've gotten several comments in YouTube in the comment section of a variety of videos about why are you so negative? Why can't you be positive? Why are you playing if you don't have anything good to say? And so I actually sat back and tried to think of, could I create a video for current events that was positive? And I'll be honest, I got jack shit. I tried to think, what can we talk about here that's been positive over the last 4 weeks? And there's just nothing. There's just nothing that I could come up with, and that sucks. But that's just sort of where we are. And I get frustrated because then it's like, oh, you content creators, all you want to do is farm negativity. And it's like, well, no, I would much rather be talking about positive stuff to Ashes of Creation. I would love to be having a wonderful time playing this game with you all. I would much rather talk about that. Intrepid hasn't given us anything to talk about that's positive. They haven't. They've delayed the live stream, the director's letter or whatever delayed. They're not in Discord anymore. Like, I don't know. So when you ask, is there anything positive to talk about? I will say I had a lot of fun. All right, I will say one thing. We'll talk about one thing that was positive. Last weekend, we had a lot of fun killing bots. We discovered a new technique. Flanker helped us out with that, with being able to put down a crate, pop it open, and watch a bot pick it up and then flag, and then we killed them. That was a lot of fun. I will say that was the most fun I've had in Ashes of Creation for a long time. Unfortunately, I don't think that's what we want to be fun. I don't think we should be doing that, but it is what it is. You seem like a nice game. Seem like a nice guy. Let the game die. Find better content. We're almost there. I don't know. What would y'all want to watch? There is no hook for this game. Yeah, there's no end. There's absolutely no end cycle. Yeah, there are no loops at this point. I think you should open your channel to new players and talk with them. There are positives on maybe not. I mean, I guess I'm sure there are players having fun. What am I missing? Still you keep on playing. Well, okay. So to answer that question, oh, there you go. So actually Jeremy Sog here has answered that for me. When people ask me, why am I always negative? Why do I keep playing? Yeah. And as he puts it, if people say that you're all negative, they're ignoring 5 years of belief and hype y'all promoted. Exactly. Like, we've been behind this game. I know a lot of you have only recently found the channel. That's, gosh, in the last 60 days, we have, I think, well over 1 million views, which is big for us. So I know a lot of everyone has found this recently. We followed this game for 9 years at this point. So when you see negativity, it's a direct reaction to what is currently being put out by Intrepid. It is not a constant all the time, we've always been negative bandwagon thing. We've been super, I mean, we've interviewed Steven multiple times over the years. We've been a very positive group, but in the last year and a half, things are just hard. They're hard. So, I keep playing because I want the game to succeed. I still have some hope that we can reach over time a good place. That's my hope. But we'll see. So hello, I saw a short you made on YouTube about bots and rarity, like if they can see rarity nodes, etc. Can you post a link? Can I post a link in chat to show you? You can. Well, I no offense to you, I generally don't open links live. I think that's a pretty standard practice for most folks at this point. Not that I think you're going to be trying to trick me into doing anything, but you can certainly send me a link in a DM and I can look at it. But But we don't, yeah, we don't. Are you approaching your narc moment? What's up, Master Chief? Sat here for 10 minutes and haven't seen a bot. Are your eyes fucking broken? What do you think these are?
Look how fat I am. Holy shit. Ugh.
I'm here for the Rickroll. Did I join the PTR yesterday? Yeah. I sat in that queue until they let us all in, and then I couldn't run anywhere. I made it, I think, 2 server workers over, something like that. Based on what information you clearly know, should I be wasting my time? I don't care to know what's going. I mean, I don't think that the game is. I don't think that the game's like terminated. I don't think you're going to have news that the game is shutting down or anything like that. That's not going to happen. Yeah, it's not like you're going to wake up Wednesday or Friday and oops, servers are down, everything's shuttered. We're not in those extremes. Who's the dude that said you haven't seen a bot in 10 minutes? Are you really not watching this? You think this person is real? QWE. All right, let's go somewhere else. Let's entertain you. Let's go over here. I love the fact that everyone that talks about how they don't see bots are like probably running the bots. Here's one. Are they stuck? What's going on here? I think their pathing is stuck. That's a bot. I think the pillars are going to be reduced in scale, but technically in game. Yeah, I mean, when you go back and look at what they called their pillars, like the only thing we really haven't seen much of is the narrative side and the dynamic world. But PTR test was a weird thing. Everyone joining for a shiny mount. I know, right? I think at least the most, that's a bot, by the way. The most positive thing that we probably got out of for me anyways, out of seeing that PTR is a much better idea of how many real players there are. Right, because prior to this mount thing, I think PTR got to like 175 max. And how many, I capped at like 5,500 or something, I think. Oh, my friend went past. He's not very talkative most of the time, but he farms like crazy. Very dedicated crafter. Very chill dude. Are you being serious? What's up, Mustache Man? What's up? Have I ever played Ultima Online? Long time ago. They laid off 9 recently. Yeah. Like, you're going to tell me this is a real player? Look, if he's a real player, he should know that that tree is no longer there, right? The tree, he should have seen the tree falling before coming up and pressing F, but didn't happen. So missed that node, right? We've seen this name running all the time as well. So 9 of 250 is like 3% of their workforce. Do you really think that there's 250 employees? Can you go back and find me any clip where Steven says definitively they have 250 employees? I'm pretty sure if you pay close attention, he always says around or near or something like that. Never the exact words. Actually, if you go into LinkedIn, it's like 207, something like that. Sect of Honor. It's a great guild. Should we see if I've heard that the bots can avoid our process now. I don't know if that's true. I'm still waiting for my skins I purchased for monthly cosmetic packs. I know, right? Steven said that, yeah, 800K operating, yeah, weekly operation costs. Yeah, no, we factored that in to all of our, did a whole video looking at Steam and kind of what they got and all that. So yeah, we factor those numbers in. LinkedIn says 500 to 200. Yeah, if you go to their, like there's 207-ish that have their, if you look, that have claimed to be. I've been enjoying Apogea. I think I might start playing that. Yeah, that's might be what we stream tomorrow. I'm not sure. Why did he run to the Sentinel? That was weird. Like here's one. Here's one. Anywhere you see a summoner pet, generally, that's probably one. Who's over here? All right, let's see if we can catch up. That's one. This is just so bad. I'm sorry, I'm gonna laugh. Bafu, we've reported Bafu before. Now, I will say the most recent ban list that they put out, it was short, but it actually did have several of the folks that we reported. So hats off to them. They actually did ban several of who we reported live. GM on Discord said that actions could be taken against people farming the bots. Yeah, what they were getting at was essentially they were saying if you loot them, that you might get caught up in flagging for RMT. So I don't know if that means they don't have an ability to actually identify the transfer of individual items or what, because really, you know, if you're killing the bot, you're actually getting the materials before they enter RMT, right? They haven't had a chance to enter into that process because you're killing the bot as they're harvesting them. So I don't know. I don't know why that would get us caught up in RMT, but it sounds like they just don't have super robust tools. And so they're probably looking at who interacts with individual characters. And then also, I guess there's always the part they might look at is the bot also having another bot kill them and taking materials out of it that way. I don't know. Steven said that you can, he said that you should not loot them. The bots that start in animals seem to be fighters. I'm disappointed in delays, bad patches, and of course bots, but also you think the bots exist in a vacuum, players buy gold. No, there's a reason they're there. It's very true. Who am I to see if somebody is a bot or not? Well, I mean, again, guys, I get that comment a lot as well in YouTube comments. How do you know they're a bot? I mean, what is your required level of proof? Like, do you require the bot to come to me and say, I'm a bot? Like, is that the threshold that we have here? Because that's a threshold we will never see. You know, it is not super difficult to identify a bot. Let's see if we can do it with this guy. Like, this is common sense stuff. All right, this one is definitely a bot. We've reported this one before, but look, he went there, he changed. Is he gonna try to harvest that tree? No. All right, so this one you can, so most of the programs you can actually select what you want to do. Right, do you want to harvest trees? Do you want to harvest stone? Stuff like that. Let's say I'm stupid as hell and I'm not familiar with the term, the bot term. I mean, botting is just automated programming, right? So this character here is running on a predetermined path. See how he's turning? He stops and turns. So somebody has set it to a predetermined path to go harvest items, and then they just leave the computer, and that thing just bots all day long. And then it's eventually its script is going to run it back to either a place to store items or a place to sell items. And we just have so much of that going on. Oh, who died? Did a bot die? I mean, they dropped purple. Salt Queen. No. Who is that? They got a guild. If you're not a bot and moving around, then you should respond to people. Well, I don't even know that you need to respond to people, but like, there's just clear pathing, right? Pathing is the biggest part. because it's clearly you run 90-degree, run, stop 90-degree. Like it's an abnormal player movement. Like if, let's say I want to go harvest these flowers, right? I'm just going to run directly to the flowers. I'm not going to go like this and then like this and then like this. Like that is not a natural movement to get to the flowers, but that is what bots will do. And that's how you can tell. Because I'm pretty sure the way the programming probably works is they just have something recording keystrokes, right? So it records me moving to a specific area. And then, oh, by the way, I want to talk about this. Look at this. I'm level 16. This thing's level 5. Number one, it's aggroing me. Why? Number two, it's actually taking down a significant amount of health. Why? I'm 11 levels higher than it. I don't get it. All right, where's a freaking guard? Are there not guards around here? Lion guard sentry, can you help me out, please? Why are you so slow? Like, I guarantee you this thing will run off pathing somewhere to start harvesting. Just came across your videos this morning. Really like your unbiased state and theory video, especially as an outsider looking in. Well, I appreciate that. I'm not, I'm not here to sway opinions. Based off of everything that comes out right now in shorts, I can see why people might think that I'm a chief doomer. And to be fair, right now, there's just not a lot of positive to talk about. But I do actually want the game to work and succeed. When it's clicking, man, it can be fun. What's up, John? How's Ashes treating you? We're just chatting right now. I don't know that we're not really playing much. There's been a lot of stuff going on. So. Therefore, does not glaze. I try not to, anyways. And it's fine. I'm willing to accept if I'm wrong. So. You can talk about the bad without being a doomer. It's called constructive criticism. Hopefully I give constructive criticism. Kind of hard to be positive with the recent issues and non-actions. Yeah. I haven't played since they failed to ban the cheaters. So again, I will say with the most recent ban list, because we actually reported a lot of people live. So you can go back and look. I will say several of the people that we reported. Now it took them a week and a half to ban them, but something like 5 or 6 of the folks we reported actually did get banned. So now the problem with that though is they're free to just create accounts and keep going. So it is what it is. What's up? Okay, so you're okay, Kruda. Gotcha. They still have to be working on something though. Why else gather data through PTR and promise cosmetics mid-February? Yeah, no, I everything that's going on. Again, I've not watched the full Kira video. I watched the first few minutes of it and turned it off. I would not take that message as saying that the game is closing this week, because it's not. There are still obligations. There's still things that need to be worked on. I think we pointed this out last week. If you actually go to the Kickstarter page, it says that they will refund everyone if they don't succeed. So, I mean, do they really want to give everyone, what was it? $3.2 million? Like they're going to release, right? So I wouldn't take that as like, oh my gosh, the world's falling and things are just, the game's going to end Friday. Like that is not, I don't believe that to be the truth. So are you the most constructive supportive of anyone I've seen? It's clear it comes from, yeah, I love the game. I mean, I really, you don't put 9 years into something if you dislike it, right? You just don't. Augments hopefully will come soon. And botters are not spending $50 on an account, more like 15. That's fair point as well, Master Chief. I haven't even thought about that. I mean, they can probably just VPN and get it cheap, right? What video are you talking about? The Kira video? It's Kira. Anybody know? It's Kira TV, right? Is that what he's under? As someone who backed, yeah, I back. Yeah, I'm a COE guy as well. COE is coming. Have faith. That's hilarious. I'm just hoping that this is a full time in their process. Yeah, they'll release. They. I mean, they're still obviously developing the game. Now, do I think we're going to get everything that Kickstarter video from 2017 said? No, I don't. Just don't. Now, my hope is, I think the new model that you're going to see in MMO development, at least in the Western side, until they adopt Eastern practices, is something that Pantheon has done. I think that is what we will see if we want to have future MMO development. Is you produce the game up to a point, you demonstrate that people have interest, you get funding, and then you produce more. And then you do the same thing. Show people have interest, get another round of funding. And I think that is how we will see world building happen going forward for Western MMOs, unless they adopt Eastern practices. And I think that's perfectly fine. I think the days of a MMO releasing with these wildly huge worlds and everything ready to go, probably over. I don't think anyone has the time nor the money that they want to invest in that anymore. And I actually don't think that's a bad thing. So I do think Ashes could follow that path. They could release a little bit early, demonstrate like they did with Steam that people are interested, get some money, develop a little bit more, and keep going down that path. I have been a fan of AOC for years, but once they release the Steam, they've lost the protection of being an alpha. Yeah, I'm over the fallback of, hey, it's an alpha, guys. 9 years, holy shit. I thought the past 4 years have been rough. Yeah, we've been following this a long time. Jeremy in there is part of with us in there as well. Tyler, I appreciate the follow. You do, I appreciate the follow. They need to wipe and add updates. Yeah, I don't know when they're going to wipe though. Yeah, the biggest issues with wiping again is that they just have so much RMT and other stuff going on. Until you fix that, there's really no reason to wipe. Because people are just going to complain again. In, a few weeks. Now, does it look like they're like focused on fixing those things? I don't think it does. I mean, I think they will ban people as they can. They have a limited staff to do that. I think they feel like there's probably bigger fish to work on right now. I think if Steven showed some humility and admitted they were in trouble, people would support the studio financially. So, John, I'm going to step back for a minute and say, I actually feel like there's probably a lot of misunderstanding and somewhat with myself, with Steven. I actually truly believe Steven has ever only wanted to do what's best for his team and for the game. Now, I think he's made some poor decisions, but I actually think that he has always had this grand idea in the forefront of his mind. I really do. I respect the man. I've got to talk to him when things were not like this, and he's actually a lot of fun to talk to, very down to earth. So, I do want to push back on this on a little bit, that this idea that Steven is intentionally doing things, and I think he's in a bad spot. I do think he's learned along the way and probably has made some poor decisions along the way. There are other things, other pressures afoot here that I think are not necessarily publicly known that are driving a lot of this, and not just the fact that Steven is bad or has done things. I think if you talk to anyone who works at the studio, they will all tell you that he has been a wonderful boss to work under. I think everyone would tell you that. And so I do want to put that out there that, regardless of what happens this week, I think we all have to sit back and really take a hard look before we start throwing blame around without knowing full details as to what's going on. Literally, and I know people that have worked at the studio for years at this point, they love working there. It's not an accident that you create an environment where people love working there and where people will work overtime for you to get this dream out. That is not something that just happens. Like that is something that is intentionally done through leadership. So, there's a part of us that sees the live streams and everything else, but a huge part of this we don't see, and that is how Stephen and the team actually interact with the people they employ. So I don't know. I just want to throw that out there. So. Stephen's admitted he always, what did he refer himself to as sort of idealized Stephen, I think is how he says it now. The Stephen that did not know how things would be early on. So anyways, if I know anything about the internet, people don't autocorrect themselves. The director's letter is so full of self-import and out of touch, in my view. Clear damage control. Stephen is a salesman. Do you know that Stephen wrote that? I mean, that's the other thing. Like, who wrote it? Are we sure that we know who wrote it? Are there new quests available? Nope. Not right now. A theory for the Forge. The devs need the bots in game right now to figure out how to ban them through software tracking and monitoring. I mean, I don't know that that's true. I don't know that I don't know. I don't know anymore, guys. What I will point out, how is it? So if you go to LinkedIn and look for Intrepid Studios, all of a sudden last night, of course we know that there were 9 people that were laid off, a week and a half ago. Only 3 of those actually sort of publicly identified themselves. But as of last night, there are currently 11. Actually, I think there are a lot of people that all of a sudden posted that they're looking for work that are currently employed by Intrepid. So we will grind to 50. I don't think you're going to get 50 levels anytime soon. Main problem with Ashes being EA now isn't reviews or numbers, but the way feedback will be given. Main issues will be overshadowed by live service issues. I think the live service has been a problem. So he's the director now. A director's letter at minimum. He cleared it. It wasn't signed by him. I'm just going to put that out there. It didn't say signed Stephen Sharif. I actually don't have it open, so I can't tell you what it said, but didn't it say something like signed by Intrepid staff or something like that? I'll just say I think there's a lot more complexities going on than what is outwardly visible. It's probably easy just to, chalk something up to being a scam or somebody not caring. I just don't see it that way right now. There's a lot of stuff going on. Hey, Lucky Star, that's a guild that we identified. As a botting guild. See, this is a bot. See how he moves? I mean, if the name doesn't give it away, that did. Oh, we're gonna go this way. Called this in November, and the cult community in Discord was so defensive. Yeah, you can get a lot of people. I mean, you can go both ways, right? You'll get people super doomy, super white knight as well. So nuance creates innocence then. Is there not a dev stream? Dev stream is supposed to be February 13th, like 2 weeks. Community around pirate software is big and currently hating on AOC. Well, yeah, I saw Thor's post, right? I think Thor bowed out. What did he say? Something to the effect of, he's been harassed, he's been doxxed, constantly harassed. He's reported the players with screenshots and talked directly to the team, and that they said basically they're not going to do anything. And that once he heard that directly from them, that's where he said he bowed out, I think is what he said. Who cares about that loser? Well, I mean, regardless of whether you care about him or not, it still does line up with some of the other things that we're seeing. You also hardly ever, like, this is another, it's got to be a bot. God Kiss. Didn't we have another God something character that we killed? God King, I think it was. This is a bot. This is actually a traditional path. All right, why don't we go create, let's go put a crate together. Do I got stuff to do a crate? And then we'll see if this still works. All right, I'm gonna have a harvest, looks like wood, and I'm gonna have to get fish. All right, let's go over here and just fish a little bit. Excited for CO. I kind of am. We'll see. You know, my biggest thing that I've always been looking forward to has been Light No Fire. I know it's not really an MMO, but you have any plans to do a retrospective video? Maybe. It's kind of did that already. That was the one, was it 26 minutes long? Probably the longest video I've ever edited. Let's see, Lucky Star. So yeah, these are well known. That guild is well known. That's probably, I mean, all of these. The Enclave, we've seen them fishing everywhere also. All right, we need what, 5 fish? We'll just try to do one crate to start with. Oh, what did I miss? I said just curious. I missed something. Sorry, chat rolls by fast, guys. So if I'm not like absolutely watching, I might miss what you have to say, and I apologize for that. We're on Vira. There's been some reports that bots aren't as bad in other servers. I don't know if that's the case. Does anybody play on Lotharia? Like, is Lotharia pretty bad with bots? Or Resna? Looking forward to Scars of Honor. They have some interesting ideas for sure. I worry that it feels too wowish. Now, I know they have a skill tree thing that looks pretty cool, actually, but I might have missed about the level increments. Oh, increments. Yeah, I'm just saying, I don't think we'll ever see 50 levels anytime soon. So I think you get enough levels to introduce the class system, and that's probably it. I've heard the dead servers don't have bots. I wonder why. Good point. Very good point. What's up, Weston? For doing sieges yesterday, I saw a glimmer of how awesome this game could be. The servers were pretty smooth and combat felt good. Really? On the 100v100? I logged in and was rubber banding everywhere. So, but I did not do the siege stuff. So it was 100v100, right? I mean, that is something they have never been able to get to work well with desyncs and other stuff. Like, did you actually so it sounds like it went well if you participated in the siege? Been nice catching this live stream rather than the shorts and listening to your views. The biggest thing is 9 years of playing a game. I know get the negative looks. I know I get the negative looks at points. Yeah. And again, not trying to be negative, just, you know, it's a form of feedback, right? Oh, look, we got, oh, yeah. Oh my God, how much global spam is this? Crazy. You guys seeing this? Down in the bottom left? Oh my God, I can't scroll to the end. Anyways. Yeah, I'm not trying to, I mean, they're just the blunt reality is there's not a lot of positive stuff going on right now. There just isn't. Oh yeah, short form, you can't see it, sorry. There's just a ton it's just constant general global spam to buy gold. I'm sitting here trying to scroll. Is there like a way to just scroll to the bottom? Does that work? It ain't working. What if I switch tabs? There we go. Oh my God, that was crazy. Happened early on Shoal. Yeah. That was more than 20 messages. That was a ton. I was in the deafening wait list after being in queue for 2 hours. And there were several level 1s on the defending list. Gotcha. The game is never ever being released. This is what you have after backing 8 years. The game will get released. It will. Show the looking for group channel. There you go. No, the game's going to get released, guys. I think though you have to sort of look at it through the lens of we won't see everything all at once. So again, regardless of what or what's not said with what's going on? Hold on. With Kira, the game will get released. All right, why is this not working? There we go. All right. I don't know. Do you guys have ideas of what games you'd rather us hang out and play together tomorrow? You looking at through the lens of someone who has been brainwashed? Oh my God, dude. I guarantee you, if you go to the YouTube channel right now, pull up almost any number of one of my shorts and you will see not someone who's been brainwashed. I mean, it's fine. You can come in here and say what you want, but I mean, you're just sort of spouting nothingness into nothingness. So I equally, I ride the middle enough that I'll get both sides, right? Like, oh, you're a white knight. This game's trash. Why do you keep covering it? And then I get the other side of why do you always do stuff, negative stuff? Why don't you talk about positive things? You know, you get both. It is what it is. So borderline hate in those shorts, but fair but hate. Oh, you're talking about what I put out. Do the maths. I'll show you a video. What are you talking about? Are you about do the maths of their financial stability? We've done that. I have a video on that. Let me link it to you. Let me try to find it. And if you link me back my own number or my own video, I'm gonna. Yeah, here. We already did this. Where are you even chatting at? You're over here. There. We did a number video. It's right there. Visual effects, so low quality. I'm sad. Yeah, I will say that they've had such, I think because of their server issues, they've changed, especially a lot of the rendering in. So, like I can almost guarantee you there are people probably fishing somewhere across the way that we can't see. Usually there's people fishing or down here. And part of that just the rendering distance. See like how they popped in over there now. If I go, let's see, if I go back up here, at what point do they disappear? All right, so he just disappeared. So whatever that distance is, that's your rendering distance, and you can see him start to pop in. So, this is Ashley Creation. Gold is 20 cents now. I've not looked. Is it really? God, that it was what, like $1? I don't mind the negative stuff. I just wish you framed it in ways where new players know you still believe in the game. I mean, shorts I have limited time frames, right? I get it, but there's also there's techniques to putting out shorts as well. So We were talking about this earlier. I actually went back and was really wanting to take some of the feedback that I've been given and create a positive video. Like that was something that I've actually tried to do. And I have to tell you, I just can't. I mean, what would we talk about? I can't come up with anything. Where do you stream? We stream on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. And for anybody on YouTube who doesn't like vertical, we do have horizontal as well. So you're not locked into vertical. There is also a horizontal form. So, but I do both. Anybody that's interested in getting into streaming, I would 100% tell you to stream both horizontal and vertical. So Twitch is actually starting to roll out vertical streaming as well. You get, it really opens up who you get to interact with when you do vertical stuff. So I would highly recommend you do that. I'd love a relook at the KS goals. Yeah, that's something we could do. Actually, let me write that down. Kickstarter goals. That's not a bad video. I mean, will it be interpreted as negative? Probably, but we could do that. Oh, you want me to do it now? Okay. Let me, hold up. Let me do that. All right, Ashes of Creation Kickstarter. 20 copper per hour is too cheap. Makes it tempting for to buy gold. Yeah. YouTube only allows me to see vertical. If you go to the profile, it should, and if you go into our channel profile, it should show both as streaming. So they need a wipe badly. I mean, yes, they do, but they don't have a way to prevent RMTers and dupers and stuff right now. So what happens is if you wipe, right, you're just going to have the same problems come back. So that is why I get it. I understand the need for a wipe. I'm not necessarily agreeable to that though, because of that issue. So on the channel page, the horizontal is the second stream. Yeah, so it's there. If they wipe more frequently, then it reduces the incentive for RMT. Oh, wouldn't it increase? If you wipe, that means people are going to buy gold more often, right? All right, let's see. I don't see your live on Twitch. Oh, it's Theory Forge. Theory Forge. I should probably change that back on TikTok. Yeah, Theory Forge. If you look there. What was that? Oh, election of Mirleth. You know what? I don't think we've paid our taxes. So I'm pretty sure we've not paid taxes. Like, all right, we're going to check that out in a minute too. I don't know why it's sending me. It should have kicked me by now. So your post just went live. Oh, it should have did it. I don't know. 8 o'clock. I appreciate the follow, Jives. They need to make the ability to get your caravan back starting point for 1 gold. Oh, to get people to be more interested. They need to do something with caravans. I agree. Caravan is, I mean, they need caravans working. Otherwise, I mean, the big problem we have right now is going to be, I mean, it's so easy to bot crates, right? I mean, that if they could get caravans being better, like the need for them to be more, that would be so much better. All right, Kickstarter. Here we are. Legally, Steven has to release all Kickstarter goals. Yeah, so if you look at the bottom of, where's this at? Let me see if I can find it for you guys. So if you go, there's a clause here. Here we go. I think you guys can see that. It says, and finally, in the case that Ashes of Creation does not launch, we promise to refund all backers in full. So, yeah, I just pinned that video. It should be up now. I don't, again, I think this game will launch. How legally binding is that? I mean, I would read that. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't tell you. I would read this as a contractual thing, right? You're agreeing to back in this with this clause. Now, who gets to determine what launch is? Intrepid, right? So, I mean, Intrepid decides what launch is. So, you know, they could launch next week, right? They could say we're launched, and that would satisfy this. So, but that clause is in there. So, yeah, but when you look at these things, like what do we have? A lot of this is going to be skins. So let's see, Explorer's probably good. All right, so then you get into Settler. There's chat emoji packs. We've not seen those yet. The Runic Steed is there. Additional character creation customization options. We don't know what those are, so those could be anything. Badges, in-game titles. So title system is going to have to be put in. Let's see, name reservation, the Stallion Den, Falcon Pet. I don't believe we have pets yet. We need that. Pioneer's Cloak. I think that's in, right? Freehold appearance bundles. So there's that. Again, emoji patch. Most of this, when you look through this, should not be that hard to put in. So, again, the pets will need to be put in. I think that mountain, freehold appearances, most of this would not be, I don't think would be super hard to put in. So, you know, I don't think it's necessarily hard to meet these monster tokens. I think the tech's already are there for that. Guild halls. So again, that's not in. That would be something that would need to come in with that would need to come in with their housing system. So, what's up, Royer? Yeah, freeholds. So, again, I don't think most of this, I don't think would be super hard to get in the game to satisfy Kickstarter. The bigger issue, actually, I think, and this would be an interesting thing, is the stretch goals. Parlor games. You know, we've not seen anything of that. Group mounts. Let's see what else might not be in. The Underrealm we've not seen. Social organizations. Dies probably is not super hard to do, but who knows? Underrealm race, we've not seen the Tolnar. You know, we've not seen a system for mount barding yet. So, stock exchange. Stock market's going to be a disaster. It's interesting, right? All right, guys, hold up. Let me... I need to go real quick and check on my wife. So... let me put this... I'll be right back. In the meantime... I'll be right back. What's up? Why would you want a stock exchange in an RPG? That's a great question. Huh. Would you want real estate? That was the other thing that they were talking about, right? Being able to buy and sell real estate in an MMO. How's that sound? Does that sound interesting? Of course, I guess we need to have we need to have freeholds before we can do that, right? EVE Online has stocks. How does that work? Does it work well? Great video again. I appreciate you watching. Yeah, they did introduce this. I've not gotten in. I mean, there's so many MMOs that I've tried to jump into, and I play for, you know, I mean, a fair bit, but so many of them, it's so hard to even just try to level to max level. Who was it I saw talking about this? I think it was Force Gaming, which he actually said something that made a lot of sense to me, which was, you know, that there's a lot of times when he's playing an MMO where he just wants to level. And so when you have one that's like Final Fantasy that has probably what, hours and hours of cutscenes, how that can get kind of become a pain to deal with. And I actually kind of agree with that. At the same time, though, I like lore, so I don't know. I get mixed into everything. So, hey, Rory, you still there? It was a good show with Lattice yesterday. You're 1v1. All right, we're gonna go build. We're gonna go build a snowman. Actually, a crate, but sorry. WoW's midnight housing is surprisingly good. That's what I've heard. I've not bothered to log in to do it, but hey, this guy's still here. He's stuck or something. But hey, we don't know if it's a bot. Lore is interesting when you find it and learn it, but not when you have to follow it. That's a good point. I actually like that. Yeah, the idea of learning lore as you explore that's a good point. Probably harder to do, but PK the bot. Yeah. I mean, you know, we can, I hate to waste a crate, right? It's probably better to just let him do this since he's not doing anything. If I kill him, he's going to reset and just start botting again. So now I play on WoW, Ascension WoW, classless servers, but level and PvP matches only. Is it fun? I've not played that. Shadowbane was the best PvP. Yeah. Leave him to the void. Yeah, I think we'll just leave him here. But the devs put that rock there to see if he's a bot. Yeah, I wish, but no. Silence them when they attack the bears. Can you do that? I thought they turned that off if they're not flagged. Oh, actually, wait, no, we would flag. Yeah, well, I thought that you can't debuff anymore. Is that right? QWE. All right, now we're starting to see an uptick in people over here. Let's go see if we can do the crate thing. We had a lot more success in another area, so we're gonna actually, let's do this. Let's not make the crate here. Let's run over to where it's a lot easier to predict bot movement. We'll do it over here, over in Briarmore. You can flag and silence. I thought they had removed the ability to debuff people that aren't flagged. Just any class skills you want, period, no limits. So I'm in favor of games that are, I like the idea of leveling through skill use. Which I know a lot of people probably disagree with, but why are you corrupted? What'd you do? Bot farm? All right. The name checks out. We're going to leave you be. Empty pockets. I love that. Can we actually, all right, we're going to have to turn this into a short. Come back. I want to turn you into a short. We got to catch up to this guy. I want to say thank you. And where'd he go? Where'd he go? Oh no, where'd he go? There's Clever Poo. Did he just kill this guy? Oh, we lost him. I love the name. Empty Pockets was the guild. Oh, weird. Are we crossing a... Do you see that guy fall again? Are we crossing a server worker boundary? Let's see. Oh, we are. 42. See how he's... Look, do you guys see that? A server struggling. All right, server worker 42. Oh, wait. What happened? 38. Who rezzed him? All right, I'm confused. What just happened? Oh, no. Oh, this server's struggling, guys. Did you see how delayed that was? Let's run back up here. All right. That was weird. That was super weird. Most of the bots I've seen have been summoners. Yeah. Oh, it's because the pets will defend them. That's why. Oh, here we go. Empty Pockets. So is this a bot killing guild? I hope this is a bot killing guild. Let's see. Let's ask. Say, are you a bot killing guild? Oh, where'd they go to? What happened there? That guy also just... All right, server is dying or something here. All right, that's 52. Server worker 52. We just ran from 38. Here's 38. We don't see the character. But we come into 52 and the character popped in. So there's some significant delay here. It's also where you start to get dupes. Ten people on the server lags out. Are all the people with white names? No, they're all real. Well, they're bots probably, but like this, there's an issue here, obviously. Actually, this is an interesting spot because if I go over here, server worker 42 should pop open too. Yeah, 42. So this is like a collection. Actually, I wonder if you could find where 42 hits 52, hits 38. And just how jacked up would that be? All right, so here's 30, 38, 42. A lot of the dupes happen where server workers exchange information. Yeah, good luck, SR. That's definitely a bot. All right, 52, 42. All right, we're almost there. We're in this like, oh, and 38. This tree here is where 3 different server workers come together. I don't know that I've ever seen where 3 different server workers come together. Probably a high degree of being able to do some funky stuff right here. So, the render in the server is ass. It's been like that since I first started the game. Yeah, no, I think they've had to turn down a lot of stuff for server performance. So. So anyways, I don't know who's watched that video yet, but you know, it's an interesting question to ask. What's up? grabbing. Just watch your short about something wrong with Intrepid. What do you think it could be? There's a lot going on, guys. Yeah, you know. I was just commenting, if you go into LinkedIn, all of a sudden there's been a flood of, when I say a flood, I think it's like 11 or 12 people that have posted looking for new jobs and stuff. Now we know that 9 people got terminated last week. These are all new people. I don't know, you know, read into that as you will. No, the one I just posted it a little bit ago. Here, I can link it again. Can you pin comments in YouTube chat? Oh, you can. All right, we're gonna do that. If Steven actually sells the studio, he's easily in positive again. The game is not shutting down. So I think everyone needs to understand, especially because it was so unclear. Look, that's all bots right here. All of these are bots. Anyways, because Kara's video is so unclear, I don't think it has anything to do with the game shutting down. So I don't think you're going to come about to any sort of wake up this week where it's like, oh, we can't play anymore. Like I don't think that's going to happen. So, in fact, I'm pretty sure that won't happen. So I would bet money that you'll see a game released at some point. All right, so that wolf is now killing that thing. All right, so people who are asking, you know, at this convergence of 3 server workers, where a lot of dupes can happen, and the best example I can give, way back in Alpha 2 Phase 1, we found live streaming, we found an invulnerability bug. So effectively, I was able to become unkillable by anybody, NPCs, players, none of it. And the way that we determined it to work, it was actually a very interesting morning of streaming because Planendorf got on and we were trying to troubleshoot it. What was happening is the exchange of server worker information. So when you have server workers, right, they're their own servers, right? That's why you have queues based off server worker. And so as your character is in one server worker and it's approaching the next, there has to be an exchange of information, right? Once you cross over into the new server worker. You know, people on the new server worker will view your character as sort of a fake character while your real one exists on the whatever work you're on. But when you cross that line, there has to be an exchange of information to the new server worker of everything, right? Your character status, your level, your skills, your anything that's in your bags, your armor, all of that. Any buffs you have, debuffs. That exchange has to happen between server workers as you cross those boundaries. And what can happen is if there's any sort of delay or some other problems within that exchange, lag, something like that, things can just get really funky. You can have race issues where, you know, maybe you trade an item and before it's actually registered in the new server. There's just a lot of edge cases that can pop up when servers are lagging. And so that's why server worker, where they meet, is where a lot of just weird stuff can really happen. So RTR, are you about to die? I'm not going to help you, but that's what was happening when we found the invulnerability bug. What I found was I was able to sit and rest. Actually, I can probably show you that it doesn't work fully like it used to, but it still is observable to a degree. What I found was you were able to, when you rest or use food, you know, you get a buff, right? So if I sit down and rest, you know, I have my resting buff, and when you go over here, where's it at? My health regen and mana regen goes up because I'm resting. And so what we found was if I jumped up from a resting position and crossed into a new server worker, that I could have I had a persistent resting buff without, even while I was running around. And so it's just an example of a mis-exchange of information. And then what happened was when I would rest again, even though I had the rest buff, I could rest again. It actually gave me negative regen, and it would negatively regen me down to a sub-zero health pool. And I think what happened was, at the time, the way death was coded was that you only died if your health reached a 0. And so by having a negative regen, our health was actually going below 0, and that was not accounted for in death. And so we effectively became invulnerable. But that all happened because of a server worker exchange problem. That does not work anymore, but I can kind of demonstrate it. So you can see we have our resting buff down here. If I jump up and cross the server worker and then jump back, what should happen is that buff will probably come back. Oh, see, there it is. Do you guys see that? It's down there, resting. Even though my character's standing, I have the resting buff. So that part is still in the game. However, if I try to rest again, it just goes away. It doesn't work anymore like it used to. But you can see that was a demonstrated issue with server exchange. So, am I getting very dark in the back? Hold up. What's going on behind me? There we go. Now you can start to see my face a little bit better. I need a room where I don't have the sun that rises directly behind me. Sorry. Are you streaming on Twitch too? Yeah. Careful in server worker 42, it's glitchy. Yeah, but you can see that's what we just demonstrated there. So again, now if I rest, see, it goes away. It does not persist anymore, which solves the issue that we had. But you can see, again, I'll do it one more time. So as we're resting, we're currently up here in server worker 38. We'll hop into 52, 42. We'll pop back into 38, and that resting buff will come back on my character. And there it is. Now they have fixed a lot of this though. So even though it's there, I actually am getting the benefit, but I can't run around with it. So if I move, it disappears. Yes, we're on Vira. Don't do a server wipe, many will leave, too much grind. Yeah. But you can see, actually, it comes back. See that? I can pop in and out of these different servers. And then if I come back into 38 will still say that, there it is again. 38 still thinks that I have a resting buff going on. So, do you work for the studio that created AOC? No. I always see you stream the game and explaining stuff. I've just followed it for far too long. I do not work for the studio. All right. I promised you all that we would. Delcoat, I appreciate the sub with your Prime. Appreciate that. Is it Selkit? Did I say that right? Do you think it's going to make it? I mean, it's going to get released for sure. You know, what does it look like upon release? I have no idea. No idea. Ignatus Gamer, I appreciate the sub as well with Prime. You probably work more in the game than the people who actually employed. No, that's not fair, guys. I've gotten to know a lot of them. They are some very passionate developers that work on this game. They, you know, I think there's some people that this is literally their dream job. And so, you know, they work very hard, but you know, you can only work with what you're given, right? So, you know, I think there's a lot of folks that really throw everything into this that they can. And, you know, I'm thankful for them that do it. I'll shout out Planendorf. Planendorf is one of the best people to work with. He's great. So is it Akamwa? Did I say your name right? I appreciate the sub with Prime. How did it all go so wrong? If there's all these great and hardworking people at the studio, not suggest you were wrong. Again, I think I've said there's been, I think, a lot of issues in the past with how things were run. I just noticed something. So 38 keeps that buff. 52 also keeps that buff. That's so weird. $42. All right, now that's still 52. Run up to 42. All right, where'd 42 go? It's right here, right? Somebody cut down the tree, so I'm not sure everything is anymore. What's up, Dark and Stormy? Sorry, I'm just jacking around. I don't know if people are having fun with me or not. We're at a convergence of 3 different, and this Sama Blue keeps popping in, 3 different server workers. So I'm just trying to see how much craziness can happen. We've already tricked it, so it gives us a resting buff, even though we're not resting. Man, it does it walking into 52 as well. Steam released this early is where they went wrong. I mean, I don't think they had a choice. I'm not even sure that Steven had a choice in that. And that's where I'll leave that. So try splitting a stack of something to move to another worker. Yeah, that's one thing certainly one thing you can test for sure. Coverage, I appreciate the follow. If we go into, let me open my, I actually need to be able to split it though. All right, do I have room? Let's see. Yeah, if we do this, we're in 38. We're in 38, ran to 52, split it, ran back into 38. Yeah, did not work, did not do anything. So we're on Vira. After 500 hours, I gave up on the bot simulator. I mean, it's, you know, I'm interested also how many people I need to remember this is here so that we can test that out later. Actually, you know what? I'm curious. Let's see if I just sort of spam. Do you think this game will be better than Guild Wars 2, Final Fantasy 14, and WoW? I think if we were able to have the game released as it was presented to us in Kickstarter, yes, it would have that chance. But I'm not super like. I think WoW is just a very different game. I don't know that I would compare it to any of these. Most of the project's problems can be traced back to having a creative lead with no game dev experience. Ironically, Ash's problems are the same as Arcage's. I mean, I think there's been some decisions that could probably be, if we were able to go back in time, would probably be different decisions that would be made. I think that's fair to say. All right, we're going to go pack a crate and see if the bots have gotten smarter. What's up, Chili? Apparently large-scale combat stability has improved by 500%. Somebody else was saying that. I did log in. I still had a lot of issues with desyncs and lags in the PTR. Now, who was it that was saying they actually did the settlement? They did a war and apparently it went pretty well for them. I like your mount, but I hope it doesn't fart. Could be disastrous this time. Good point. Really want to try this game. Is paying for early access worth it? I'd tell you to wait right now. We have a live stream in 2-ish weeks, February 13th. I would just wait until then. They only did the tests in the Siege servers. Gotcha. Can you give an honest, quick review of the current state of the game? The current state of the game is one in which we are right now largely overrun with bots and RMT in fairly significant numbers. With a game that has promise, has some really interesting ideas, some of which have been implemented, some of which haven't. But right now also does not really have many in-game content loops beyond grinding artisanship. It has some open world bosses, some dungeons, open world, but beyond the artisanship gathering loop, crafting, harvesting, there's not a lot. So you run into these situations where there's just a lot of RMT and bots that sort of predominate the server. That's kind of where we're at right now. You know, the team is still working on things. Communication has come down a little bit. RMT is real money trading. So people selling and buying gold for money. Chili, how you doing? I think that's the real problem. No real end game loop. Yep, I agree. Right now, your sinks, your time sinks are in the artisanship side. And so for a lot of people, that's not fun. And for a lot of people that like artisanship, it's also not fun. So what do you think about PTR? I saw a few people hanging out in PTR. I did not have a great experience in the PTR. So, but I also didn't play a ton of time in the PTR. Okay. Let's make a crate. Let's build a snowman. What do you, let's see. PTR, I will say the drive to get a mount, PTR's concurrency went from like 175 to like over 5,000. So we know there's at least 5,000 or 6,000 people that really want to mount. So that's good. You had a good time last night. Oh, good. Off for the mount, yeah. And then what made me laugh though is that there was such a large queue, right? And it was unclear whether being in the queue actually would award you the mount. Like, wow, I hope so. you know, but it sounded like they don't really have a way to know how much time you spend in the queue, I guess. I'm not sure. Which is wild, but I don't know. Keep the game save for other respect your content. Oh, I appreciate that. This will be subscription based, yes. Sure will. They've announced it to be what, like $15 basically. All right, let's play the game before we build a crate. Who's real? Who's not real? Are these real guilds? I guess is one place to start. Crimson Caravans. I also wonder if people are starting to make characters just as a mean to like act like they are fake. Why are you jumping? Are you broken? That's got to be broken, right? AOC needs daily active GMs in game. I agree. I don't know that we'll see anything like that in quite a while though. What am I doing? I need to buy. We'll just buy one. Go see what happens. What is your purpose when you log into the game? I mean, whatever you want it to be. For me, I mostly am just hanging out with you all and chatting. So I have no super big goals or direction that I'm necessarily trying to accomplish. Somewhere in between. I appreciate the sub. But it's really up to you what you want to do. How long you been doing what you do? So this channel's been live for like, oh gosh, 12 years, 11 years. I don't know. Do you think this game can be good? I do. Is it Kayla Silverheart? I appreciate the follow. I do, but I don't know that. I don't know where we're going to get, to be blunt, with this game. So the game boots you for inactivity. That's true. That's pretty easy to get around though. That's mad. It's mad how easily manipulated they are with FOMO Beetle mount skins. Yeah. Do you ever go on AOC Codex? No, because it's no longer. Intrepid shut off all of that, so I don't think Codex is accurate. So now bots jump and attack to stay in game. Okay, so that's what they're doing. How many active still? If you go right now, let's see. If we go over to right now, there is 12,600 players in the game. How many of those are real? I have no idea. In comparison, last Saturday's peak was 17,800. Why does a lot of people say this game is a scam? Because they don't really know what they're talking about and they're speaking out of emotion rather than logic. So most of those people probably never even tested the game. You know, what I would say is to look up the definition of a scam. So if this is a scam, it's been the worst run scam in the history of scams, right? They've lost money running the scam. If it's a scam, I don't think it's a scam. I need trees too, damn it. Now, could it become a scam? Sure. But it's not a scam. Just my luck, I appreciate the follow. Oh, damn, don't have space. Oh, and of course it gives me uncommon. All right, where's the storage person? All right, mount. There we go. Where is storage? Storage is this way, right? Or had a total playtime of 5 hours like with Scrogen? No. I mean, what's happening is you just have a lot of people that keep screaming scam, scam, scam. And they're really hoping that it becomes a scam. Like as of right now, there's no evidence that it's a scam. Like we're literally live streaming playing in the game, right? A scam typically means the person takes your money with absolutely no intention of doing what they say they're going to do. Like we've actually seen growth and development of the game, so we know that they're working on it. So it's not a scam. I don't know. People, they can say what they want, but it's just not a scam. So. Oh, I have, okay, we have 12. I didn't realize I had uncommon in there. So let me unload some of these things. Didn't realize I have 10 in here as well. Look at all these. Pretty much all of these are probably going to be bots. The ones that have their pets open like this. Michael N, we've reported that one before. This is a new one I've not seen. Sun, whatever this one is. Not seen you before. Not seen that. Is that really D-Dix? Not seen you before. Men's. This one we've seen before. I'm pretty sure we've reported several of those. Have you watched Kyria's video yet? No. Well, I watched like 2 minutes, 3 minutes of it. You seem to think a scam requires someone to enrich themselves. You can lose money running a scam. Here's what I would say to you with that. Game's been in development for 9 years. If this was a scam, by all accounts, costs have gone up in the last year and a half. They really started ramping up hiring. In the second half of 2004. So if you're running a scam and you've been running the scam for 8 years unsuccessfully, 7 years, why do you all of a sudden triple your spend? Can you explain that to me? Why would you triple your spend if what you were doing before worked? Can anyone explain that to me? Like, if it's a scam, why do you do that? Investing to become a bigger scam? Come on now. Anyways, all right, where are we at? Crates. They simply sold a pipe dream that was never real. I mean, how many startups have wonderful dreams that never become real? Is that not a common part of creating a company? Is that not normal to sorry, hold up, guys. Okay. I'm just looking at my wife texted me, so. Oh, this is funny. Hold up. Sorry, I just read a comment to my video. This guy is slowly going crazy. I'm going crazy, y'all. We're going crazy. I really should start logging a lot of these comments just so I can come back and be like, told you so. Anyways. Did you play any during the week? No. I'm back into a state of, if I'm not here hanging out with people, I'm not playing. So there's a difference between the project not being successful and a scam. There are plenty of legit companies that start up and go under because they couldn't deliver. Exactly. Exactly. And I don't know why people see Intrepid differently. Other than the fact that I think a lot of people, for whatever reason, have just not liked Steven. And so there's more of a personal connection to that than there is a rational connection to that. I've been playing the shit out of Arc Knights. So I should have got my friend code and put it here. I don't have it on me though. Arc Knights has been, I'm secretly, actually not so secret because we've talked about this a lot. I am a fan of well done gotchas, so don't hold that against me. Arc Knights has been a lot of fun. So, oh, Pangea, we've killed you before too. All right, we're gonna come down this way. Flechaza, we've killed you as well. We reported all these guys, by the way. So hit or miss on what they get. All right, he's gonna check these nodes. If we can get out ahead of them, we're going to go down here. All right, so he's probably gonna harvest that. All right, we're gonna go all the way down here because I don't want to burn the crate. So we're gonna put the crate here. We're gonna see if this still works. So we put it down and then I open it. That's gonna flag me. But this Pangea should come over here. Oh no, we're gonna get it in time? Are we gonna get it in time? All right, let's see if, now once he finishes harvesting, he should flag. There we go. Where'd they go? Oh, okay. We're going to do something over here. Who's this? All right, hold up. All right, so that works. I think he's level 25. I'm pretty sure. Let me go back and check. I'm pretty sure Pangea is one that has been able to bot all the way to level 25. As sad as that is. Which even in my, because there's such a level discrepancy in damage and stuff, like me at 16, even though it's just bot damage, would probably have a hard time killing him. The questions raised are valid. Joke's on you, I was always crazy. That's good. I play Genshin and really like it. Genshin is well done. I've just fallen far too long. I'm behind on Genshin. I do think there is an argument for selling an unrealistic vision and massively under-delivering. Yeah, I mean, it is. You know, that's also on an adult who's spending money to understand what they're spending their money on to a degree. Not to completely excuse the people selling the thing, but, you know, there is a co-responsibility there as well. Is it an open world PvP system? Yes. But you have to flag. But you can flag anywhere. Why not kill him? Oh, so not being a part of a group. Actually, let me go back and try to. Where did he go? I think he's. This actually demonstrates part of the sort of level discrepancy issue. God damn it! Why are level 5 ravens attacking me and they're hitting me? Look at they're actually accurate. They're taking away health from me fairly well. This is one of my you must fixes for this game. Why is this a thing? I'm level 16. They shouldn't even be aggroing me. Yeah, it's also a gear issue too. But that was, I'm pretty sure that bot was level 25 and we're level 16. So that level difference actually does cause some issues with me being able to damage them. So, what is this? Looks like it's insane. Are you talking about the game or? Yeah, I'm level 16. So that's you know, even with a bot being level 25, like there's just that 9 level difference significantly changes my ability to engage. And I do have shit gear. I'm a Byra. I mainly wanted to see if that worked because I was getting messages on YouTube that the pack trick no longer worked. But as you can see, it did. Now, maybe there are some scripts that are able to bypass it. That was not one of them. It picked it up and flagged. So, still works. Actually, our pack's still there too. So somebody else will probably come along and pick that up and flag. What armor skins? So this is a skin from 2022, I believe, is when I got this. It's called the Face of Sorrow. And I absolutely fucking love it. So but yeah, that's why all these are spawning. Where are the bots at? So there's noticeably less over here. I don't know. This path also becomes super easy to kill them. So it might be that bots are starting to not come this way. I don't know. Because this is a very, very predictable path. You should hit 20 and grab some radiant. Well, I would do that, except for I really don't care to do that grind anymore. And yeah. If he what do you say? If he picks up the crate, you can put down a second one and he will try to pick that up and flag. Oh, he already flagged. He flagged on the first crate. This is Ashes of Creation. Taylor S, level 17, probably all from botting. Let's see, who's up here botting? Come back. I can't get your name. Why won't it let me click on them? Sewell. Not seen that name before. Guarantee that's a bot though. I thought they got rid of the fishing. Oh wait, was it the fishing on... I thought they got rid of fishing on land. Wasn't that in the patch notes? Am I crazy? Oh, Richie, are you here? Richie commented, I'd like to point out that Phantom X has been accurate on two of his predictions so far, where most of us were like, what the fuck, that would never happen. AKA Steam launch and cutting half the continent for launch. Did you participate in PTR? Briefly. It took forever to get in. I did not participate in the siege. People who did, though, are saying that the siege was apparently much better than it's been in the past, which good for them. I still had issues with desyncs and rubber banding through all of PTR. So. What's this? Apparently not. Now do you know how to deal with them? What am I missing? Do you think there'll be a server wipe in the near future? I'm at some point. I don't think it's anytime. I doubt it's anytime soon. They have to fix these issues before they wipe it. Otherwise, the issues just come back immediately. And actually wiping the servers is probably going to just further enhance RMT until there are answers for that. Right now, people have probably spent so much money, there's nothing else to buy gold for, right? So if you wipe all that away, now all of a sudden people have to spend gold again. And so they're going to buy more gold. The game is at this moment very incomplete. It is. I will say though, again, when things are, that level 1 through 10 experience, I actually think is done quite well. If that's something they can build on, because I have had fun doing that. That sort of path, the sort of first time user experience. I think they have made very good improvements in that. So hopefully they can sort of continue that sort of process beyond level 7 and 8. So there are things about the game I think are fun. you know, there are equally a lot of things that overshadow that. So unfortunately, but you know, I think there are elements to this that can be expanded on to turn this into a decent game. So. Had to do a rollback. Yeah, they definitely, yeah, they rolled back 2 patches. One was because it broke everything. Damien, I appreciate the follow, by the way. The other, the rollback was not due to breaking stuff. It was more because they implemented a change that everyone hated. So they very quickly rolled that one back. I'm Polch. I finally came across you in the word. Wow, where are you? Oh, this one? I like your frog. I've not spent any money on that stuff, though. Serious Killers. It's a good guild name. Actually, I have a shirt on underneath this hoodie that says Serial Killer. So, grind after level 10 is not much fun. Exactly. I think if they can improve upon that, there are elements to Ashes that have progressed very well. There are parts to the game that I think are genuinely fun. They just really need to expand upon the fun parts and fix some of these other bigger issues like RMT and bots and all that sort of stuff, server performance. You know, the big things that really overshadow the good things. You know, if a player can't log into your game without lag or desyncs or rubber banding or getting booted from a server worker and then having to have a 200-person queue to get back in. Like if your players can't get through that, they're just not going to have fun in the fun parts. And so, I don't know. They need to get some of that shored up and then just at that point expand upon the good elements of the game. RMT in a game that wipes when you have more money than sense. Yeah. I'm sorry. What was the chat? I'm not sure what I was talking about. Catching up on chat what was the change? I'm about to leave. They all quit on me, but thanks. Couldn't resist the frog. And I'll say you're right. I watch your YouTube. Oh, I appreciate you watching. Regarding the server gridding technology, isn't that basically the same as the Star Citizen? Oh, they're doing similar things, yeah. The dynamic gridding. So you know, server gridding in and of itself is not new, right? I mean, the concept of server workers has existed since like Ultima Online. Like, there's actually some very well documented stories about duping in Ultima Online years ago, and it usually has to do with crossing server workers. So that is not new. The new part that Intrepid and Star Citizen are trying to do is to actually have these server workers spin up and down dynamically based off player population. That would be new. And that has been incredibly hard. You have Star Citizen over here that has, how much have they made at this point? Like $1 billion. They've still not perfected it. So, you know, the dynamic portion of dynamic gridding is super hard to get right. And nobody has yet. So if somebody does, it's going to be a highly, highly marketable piece of technology that will earn somebody a lot of money. I haven't really kept up to date with the Steam launch. How's it been? Started out actually, I think they peaked at 31,000 concurrent. And it's dipped. I think every week it's going down by 2,000 to 3,000. So. It's not super hard to get it right when it's not a scam. Are we talking about dynamic gridding? Because I would probably say it's super hard to get right regardless. That's why nobody's done it. Throne and Liberty had the same amount of people working on the same game. And it looks like a game. Yeah, I mean, Throne and Liberty had how much time in front of them? Also coming from a studio that actually had, you know, MMORPG experience. So there are differences. There is very little content, yeah. The gameplay itself, the combat and stuff, the classes, I think are a lot of fun. the gameplay elements are lacking. So there's just not a lot of content. Star Citizen's still working on it. Yeah. My point in bringing up Star Citizen simply was that they have like $1 billion and they still have not done it. They're still working on it, but they have not done it. Didn't Intrepid start with like 8 people? Yes. And most of those were artists. All right, let's see. It's telling me that I can vote for the mayorship. And it looks like, well, the settlement. Oh, weird. All right, when we logged on, what, last week, we had to pay like 441 tax receipts. And we had like 5 days or something, 4 days. I did not pay those, but I'm apparently still a citizen. And it's now only 21. So what's that about? I don't know if anybody can help me out there. How are you finding it personally? It's been a journey. I think I've gotten my money out of this at this point, to be honest. Just in terms of pure entertainment, I think I've gotten my got my money's worth. So all right. It's Ashes of Creation. People who didn't pay but have been offline long enough that they are dropping citizenships. And you are moving up in rank. Is that what's happening? But I haven't paid either. And I joined early. Like my initial tax receipts were low. At least you have felt like it wasn't a waste. No, I really do think I've gotten my money's worth. You know, relatively, when you look at like entertainment value per dollar spent, like if you look at it through that lens, 100% think that I've got my money's worth. So. All right, let me check something here real quick, guys. I kept my taxes paid. It's only 4. Mine went up. So I got in early. But when I had to repay taxes, they had gone up. Is that not how it's supposed to be? Like I had noticeably elevated taxes. It had gone up a lot. Like 441 tax receipts is insanely high. So anyways, we might as well go pay it. I mean, 21, that's not bad. Do you have good expectations for the future of the game come full release, or do you feel that there needs to be a lot? No, there's a lot of work to be done. Do you anticipate ever wanting to grind this game again? I mean, if it's fun, sure. I would 100%. I would 100% do it again. If it was fun. I think part of my problem is I'm burned. It's just we've been testing this for how long at this point? We've been in Alpha 2 for year and a half. I don't know, a long time. And so I think part of it for me is also like, I'm just tired of it. Oh, you were in an ad. Yeah, there needs to be some changes for sure. I think they have a lot of good elements. They don't have enough to keep long-term interest, I don't think. So, you know, in addition to content that needs to be added, another big core part that needs to be addressed is the PvP aspects, right? You have a, PvX game where the PvP is just not very fun. Hank Hill, what's up? It closes this year for sure. They're going to release the game. The grind for Radiant and Gold is just terrible. Yeah, I'm just not interested in the grind at this point at all. So, I don't know. Actually, if you go way back, we were told there wouldn't be a grind. Such is life. Okay, cool. They done anything with the whole node system? Nothing advanced beyond what they've done. I think it's probably fair to assume that we probably will not have the entire dynamic nature of nodes that we were promised. So I think that's a fair statement to make. Oh, here's an interesting question for you guys. So actually, I'm going to be on the Twitch front page on February 22nd. And so I'm trying to decide what to actually stream. Like, should we stream Ashes? I don't know. You know, never been on the front page before. So FIFA, huh? That's funny. You know, the other thing with nodes that I think they have to figure out, as far as we know, upon node death, you still lose all your stuff. And I think that's going to be an exit point for a vast majority of people who play. The first time they lose a node siege, especially if they're not able to even participate because they weren't able to sign up, and they lose all their stuff, I think they're gone. They're bounced. They're out. In my opinion. This is my first time here. Not sure what other games you play. A fairly wide variety. I'm MMO sort of at the core, but I was saying earlier, I'm a big gacha person. Arc Knights has been a lot of fun. I've considered Apogea. I thought about that actually tomorrow as what we stream, as just another MMO to do. I don't know how long their test is though, so I don't know that that'll be available on the 22nd. I've also thought about just going and playing some historical MMOs, ones that have not been necessarily known to a lot of folks. Look at how many dogs are spawned. Like, this is all broken. Like that. This should not be a thing right here. I hate wolves. Whoever designed wolves can kiss my ass. Kind of look like the dude from The Office. Which one? For the game, they want definitely got to walk a tightrope. Oh, and how it's designed, yeah. Also, the bigger problem right now is the game's really designed for people who can no-life it and not for casuals. There's either noticeably less bots, or noticeably less people overall, because these rocks here, these are almost never available. These are almost always harvested when you run through here, and they're all here. Is it Sans? I appreciate the follow. Is your factory growing steadily? Oh yeah, no it is. That's been the interesting part too. So I've maxed everything out. All my space is maxed out, and it's, I think right now I'm at the stage of the first sort of major boss. Not the first, I'm further along than the first. It's the lady. Oh, what's her name? I can't remember her name. Bots should scale down with player population. The prices are already so low due to demand. Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's less and less people, so we'll see what's over here in Miralath. Miralath usually is a little laggy. The timing of your video and the delay of the live stream. Come on, man. Where are we going? All right, there's a fair amount of people still here. Let's go look and see who's fishing. Who's fishing? All right, they're not fishing. So is that, oh, he is. Let's see who's over here fishing. Let's go to the popular fish spot. As a casual, the game didn't even tell me how to make gold. That's true. Oh, these are all gone. Oh, what's happening? What's happening? Who just flagged and why? Did you guys see that? Who hit him with a bow? Munker. Who's this? Who's Munker? Well, they're dead. That was weird. Is there a bug or is there a reason to do that? Why is that a thing? All right, we're gonna sit and see if this is repeated behavior. What's up, Leto? Again, how do you feel about the relationship long-term between citizenship taxes and the reality of a monthly subscription fee long-term? Oh, that's good. I think taxes, I don't know. I think there's better ways to do the tax system. And you're always going to have people falling off with monthly subs. So, I don't think they'll correlate well together. This guy keeps respawning. So what's happening here? Is this a bot that's broken? This guy, can anyone help me understand what's happening here? He is constantly respawning, immediately flagging. Okay, that doesn't seem to be a bot. So why is this a thing? Why are they purposely getting killed? Is there a dupe here? I'm not sure what's happening. A broken bot. But you have to auto flag, right? Don't you have to? All right, now they're not respawning. They're level 22. And they keep running this way to shoot things. I don't know what's happening. I saw Moonker at Oaken 2 days ago, the other day. He's trying to get his character duped so he can dupe materials and gear. Oh, so that's what's happening. Okay, so I've seen that. Yes, I've read that. So it sounds like you are able to, yes, duplicate your character. And if you're corrupted, right, then you can kill yourself, basically, and get the dupe your gear. Is that what is happening here? I've seen reports of that. Now, I thought that had to happen at server worker lines. Is that not true? Can it just happen anywhere? Is it like just a random, eventually it works kind of thing? What's up, Jay? Sorry, I'm missing a lot of chat. What did I miss? Who's he attacking? Everyone. So that's what he's doing. All right, well, should we report him? I've never done it, but I saw a guy doing it on my server and he succeeded in getting his character duped. I thought it had to be done at a server worker boundary though. Can happen anywhere. That's crazy, man. How would you dupe your tune and how would that help any? So you cannot trade with yourself. No. So what happens here? So the reason people are doing this is if you dupe your character and it's corrupted, you can kill it. You can kill your, and it will have your inventory. So then you just loot yourself basically. And so you will dupe whatever, you know, whatever's there. All right. So it looks like we have a controller and not just a bot. And they have determined that this is not working. So let's see where they go. Yeah, this is more classic controlled behavior, right? They're not running. Yeah, he knows we're watching, I think. All right, so is he going to try it over here now? There's more players, which means more information exchange, which means servers can break easier. And so we'll see if he tries to get that done here. Hold up, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry. What's up, Orson? I'm going to be a streamer so I can get people to use my referral code. I stopped using my referral code months ago. Actually, before the channel shorts even started taking off. So I have not benefited from that at all. Orson, I appreciate the follow. No, I mean, if you can go back any of my videos in the last, gosh, since probably September, October, I stopped using it. I don't know. It felt weird. So no shade to anybody that is, but you know, I think there's something to say when you have sort of big streamers that spend 20 hours and then come back with a review that makes people that have spent 100 hours curious. But when you start to recognize that there are folks that probably have tens of thousands of referral codes, maybe there's some reason, you know, maybe there's a reason to paint lights in certain ways, right? Because the referral code gets you a percentage back. So if you registered for Ashes of Creation using my referral code and then you spent money, the way it's been pitched is that I would then get a portion of that. So just throwing that out there. So when you see people that are sort of high profile that are using their referral codes, you know, depending on how much they can get, could be significant. So that is all I'll say on that. All right, what happened to dude? Did he die? Where'd he go? So if they launch, they have to pay people a lot of money, and if they don't launch, they have to give Kickstarter backers a lot of money. I mean, there's money tied up in all of it for sure. It's not until the game launches. No, it's not. All right, so where did dude go? Did he die? Did he successfully dupe? It was Moonker, right? Was his name? Or did he just move on to another spot? I don't see him there. What are your thoughts on someone like Jalon that has been pretty combative with Intrepid early on and was heavily criticized for it? I think it's important to try and remain respectful. And if, you know, there are consequences to being rude. I don't know. I never watched him. You know, I there were a couple of early streams that I watched as he was taking off, and I could just never get into it because of the, I don't know, it just seemed very rude as the nice way of putting it. So, you know, if you can't play nice, then you're probably not going to play. Oh. All right. We were going to pay taxes, right? Do I have... Let's actually first see if I even have glint stored anywhere. All right, we do have some. How much? Actually, I can search, right? If I just put in glint. What can we buy in taxes? Is that all did I already spend on? Oh wait, no, we paid our taxes. That's right. I'm an idiot. I think we paid our taxes. I think I'm just being stupid. What server? We're on Byra. Yeah, I'm not in general right now. Yeah, we've had spam of stuff, so. All right, we got to get some glint. What is a good place for glint? At level 16. I don't even remember what we sold. It's been so long. There was a time I was tracking all this stuff, but not anymore. Let's actually go up here. See if we can fight. Shit. Actually, let's also, we can get glint this way. I chilled around there back in the A1 days. had some valid critiques, but as Phantom X said, he could be abrasive, to put it mildly. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't. Hopefully, you all never feel like I'm like yelling at you, right? That was my take on that. Like when I would watch that individual, I felt like I was being told I'm a dumbass and to not ask stupid questions. And that just didn't vibe for me. Maybe it vibes for other people, but not for me. So, Sadie, I appreciate the follow. So I just couldn't vibe for that. I could not vibe with that at all. All right, let's go kill some wolves, kill some Minotaur. I'm disappointed that there's only the one thing for Minotaur, but. What's up, Magisto? Have you had the chance to see Kira's recent video? He is trying to confirm some information he had received from a former employee about something major happening. The hell, man? All right, let's try that again. Good morning. Have you had a chance to see Kira's recent video? He is trying to confirm some information he had received from a former employee about something major happening at Intrepid that we may or may not find out within the next month or so. Scary times. Yeah. I haven't watched the whole thing. I watched the first few minutes. You know, unpredictability can be scary. Really don't like being in the dark. You know, it's, I think when you get into a game, when you get into anything where you have, you know, pretty dedicated community associated with said thing for a period of 9 years, yeah, I think it's natural to fear the unknown, to fear not potentially having this goal met that everyone was looking forward to. I would personally, I would bet money that the game will release. I don't think anyone should have a fear about like them coming out and saying, "No, we're done. You know, the game's done." That's not going to happen. So, where are all the Minotaurs? They're usually right here. Oh, we're lagging. I think that's the problem. Are we lagging? Actually, it's probably better since I just took all those commissions to run to where the wolves are. So we're going to go do that. Gloom is greater than doom. Why are they not hitting this person? Level 7? What's going on here? Weird. What the hell is this about? Is that broken? That's gotta be broken, right? What is all this? Oh no, am I gonna die? Did I just make a poor decision? I don't know if you guys can hear the music, but the music's kind of broken in the background. I can hear it kind of starting to go and then not go. Last week running crate, this week running crate, next week running crates. Right now we're gonna go try to kill some wolves. I'm just trying to go to the spot that I can't see because all these damn big ass circles. All right, it's wolves and bears, so let's pull out a pet. Oh shit. What? Okay. What's happening here? Well, that was weird. Little odd. We won't hold it against anybody though. Maybe yesterday's stress test was actually an investor interest test to show how many users would come flocking for a free mount on a moment's notice. Oh, now that's an interesting question. I don't know if that gets too tinfoil hat for me or not. Interesting question though. So I was thinking about some older stuff we could play. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of the Chronicles of Spellborn. Was like a very old MMORPG. Obviously never took on, but that was one I actually was thinking of potentially trying to play on stream, just to see some of the old stuff. I don't know how everybody would feel about that. I am going to start looking for things to put in to rotation while we're here, rather than just, I feel like this is becoming kind of stale with Ashes. So, I don't know how everyone feels about that, but why doesn't AI fix bugs? You would think AI would be perfect for that. Yeah, you would. Oh, wait, I didn't tell them I would bug hunt on live server, not a PTR, an alpha. Apogea, yeah, I thought about that one. Yeah, I was thinking of sticking in the MMO category. I just have a sense that most people that come hang out wouldn't care to watch me play Arknights or something like that. So there's another one called Rizom, the Saga of Rizom. I think I'm saying that right. Rizom, R-Y-Z-O-M. It's actually on Steam. It was another very old MMORPG that I played a little bit way back when. But I did think about actually going through and getting into some of these much older but still existent MMORPGs. I would never wait 45 minutes in queue to deal with a server worker being cooked for a free mount. P.S. I did it. All right, are these too low level to get anything? It's 10 levels, right? So this might be an issue with, I might not get drops. Are they counting towards... the commissions though? I mean, they seem to be. All right, let's actually go. I think if we go north, there's some wolves as well. How was the PTR? I did not do the siege. I heard the siege was better than it's been in the past. Chronic, what's up? I did log in and I had a lot of issues with desyncs and rubber banding and stuff like that. But I was also in some pretty highly populated server workers. So. But people who did actually do the sieges said it played much better, which good. That's good to hear. All right, we don't have any commissions for web weavers. All right, I need you to actually attack Mr. Tank Pet. How do I set you? Let's see. Assist. Where did the bear come from? That was weird. We're also not getting any loot. Is that because we're in... I mean, they're level 8, so there's only an 8 level difference, so that should drop something. AI could read entire code for AOC in seconds and find any bugs. It's wild to think we're heading that way. All right, I'm not sure why we're not getting anything to drop. I do apologize for the repeated questions. No, you're good. How long the game will be in beta currently? Well, we're not in beta right now. We're technically in alpha. So that being said, they have told us that beta would be a shorter period of time. So once beta happens, you know, it's hard to say, but I would not expect it to be more than a couple of months. Can we take a level 10? Probably, right? Why did dude stop? This would be better if I had better gear, but it's all right. Would be nice if they could fix the mob stuck in the wall bug. Yeah, that would be nice. I'd listen to you chat about other MMOs. Yeah, I think that's the direction I'm going to take. It's just, you know, should there be a focus on one single MMO, kind of like what we've done with Ashes? Or should it be more, you know, should we take a more broad base and sort of stagger things over time? That took forever. Probably because I have pretty terrible gear. So, I need wolves, man. I don't want to fight bears. I want to fight wolves. All right, we'll go this way still. Unless it's WoW. I think, unless it's WoW, I think it's hard to focus on one game right now. Yeah, I mean, they are pretty dated. Well, and that's the problem with just trying to switch to a different MMO completely, just like a single one. You know, what actually exists that would keep interest for a long period of time. You just got a deluxe pizza. Good for you. Do you ever PvP in Ashes? Oh, I have in the past. There's really no reason to right now. When I belonged to Genesis, yeah. Where'd this fucker come from? Bard and Clerics auto attack with short bow does better leveling. Yeah, the short bow is my preference, but right now we just want some glint to pay some taxes. So. All right, taunt. Can you taunt, please? I've always been a fan of Book and AoE Chilling Limit. Oh, for Bard. I need to get some mana. Bard's fun. I've never invested this ton of time in the Bard. Do I not have any food? I don't have any food. Oops. Maybe we'll get some here. Shortbow needs a slight nerf. Yeah, the shortbow is. I like the shortbow. Shortbow is fun for me. What is about Genesis? I belonged to Genesis at what, phase 1, before Rive had taken his hiatus. So I know they've reformed, but Genesis is a big PvP guild. We're not getting any food. We're just getting salves. Maybe we don't get food from this. Oh, there's some food. A crossbow. I know, right? What happened to the crossbow? Shortbow doesn't need a nerf. Longbow needs to speed up or damage increase. Actually, that's a good point. So I think, I'm trying to remember who it was that said it. I watched somebody, a developer a long time ago, that talked about how you really should avoid trying to nerf, and you should always try to balance up rather than balance down. So I would agree with the idea of shortbow, longbow, you know, trying to fix the longbow before you actually decrease the power of the shortbow. I think that's actually a fair comment, that you should always not nerf, but bring up. Any new cosmetics? I don't think so. Let's see. What's the shop key? Yeah, you never want to go backwards. Yeah. Oh man, this is laggy. All right, no, it's the same stuff. When were they supposed to switch this out? Does anybody know? Oh, here we go. February 11th. So. What's with the description? This is sad. I'm just everything that's going on, basically. I don't know if that answers your question. Sorry, just where we're at with, you know, Ashes of Creation and development. And did you not see the latest director's letter? Big news coming Friday the 13th. I know everybody pointed that out, right? Friday the 13th. Oh, game-wise, not really life-wise, but. Sorry, I'm just reading. Yeah. How much glint do we have now? Anybody know the tax, like glint to tax conversion? Jesus Chan? Who is that? What's the sucky news? What's the easiest way to answer that? Let me go hear some real quick. A lot of it has just been, again, lack of communication, delays, this director's letter being delayed. Where did, I thought I had LinkedIn open. Why not? Let's see, LinkedIn. Really hope they say Steven steps down. Again, Steven is, I know everybody has a lot of, maybe one day it'll be understood. Oh, sorry, somebody's talking to me. What armor is that? It is a skin from 2022. Oops, not 2000, not 20,000. Oops. Face of Sorrow. Yeah, so let's see. If we go to LinkedIn, search Intrepid Studios, search posts, and then sort by latest. Well, that doesn't show the whole picture, but you know, there are several people that have posted open for work that are currently employed by Intrepid Studios. So read that for what you will. Not gonna lie, shortbow should be out. The crossbow should be in. Everybody wants that short crossbow. Did they ever explain fully why they didn't want it? This could be such a good MMO. It needs to be. WoW is great. Guild Wars 2 is great, but we need an updated MMO that satisfies both of what WoW and Guild Wars 2 were. I agree that it could be. I don't know that it will be, but it certainly could be. All right. Here's some wolves. Good boy, appreciate the follow. Why are we not getting anything from the wolves? Ah, shit. Something is happening in Intrepid. We all know it, just no idea what it is. I mean, I think there's ideas. Potentially everyone will hear things this week. We'll see. I'm annoyed that a level 10 bear can be such a pain in the ass. Could be a very good thing, very bad thing. Or in the middle, who knows? Yeah, I want to be extremely clear for folks that are worried about like the game closing or something. Like that's not going to happen. Yeah, I would in no way say that the game's like closing, so I don't think anybody has to worry about that. Why not? Call it a feeling. I was confused. Someone mentioned to me, see your video. I just realized you put out a new video an hour ago. Yeah. Yeah, go watch that. All right, it's showing me having two things aggroed, but I don't see anything following me. So are they gonna just like pop out of nowhere? All right, there's one. All right. Why am I not getting drops, man? Has that been reduced? I feel like the glint is not flowing. Oh shit. You just don't operate in the way unless change is coming. I see it. Is it dying? I mean, again, it's no, I wouldn't say it's dying. A real dusk. How you doing, buddy? You look a bit sad. Is something going on, my brother? You know, not personally, but yes. I mean, who wants to buy the game? It's not like the game has good publicity. Again, I want to be like super clear on some of this, that regardless of what happens in the next few days, week, 2 weeks, this game studio, Intrepid, has sincerely has really great dedicated developers and people working for it. I say developers, I'm using that term to describe everyone. And I don't want that to get lost in anything. And, you know, the same with Steven. I think Steven has made mistakes over time, but, you know, when I talk to anyone that has worked at that studio, they have felt nothing but support from him. You know, and dedication to them in the game. So I don't know. We'll see what happens in the next week or two. And maybe we do some discussion afterwards. But regardless, you know, when we start talking negativity and stuff like that, I just always want to keep in mind that there are real people that work on this game that are really invested in this game. And I don't want to, you know, shortfall any of them. Because they have put hours and hours of their life into this game. So. The game seems to have stabilized at 13K Steam players. You know, there's some interesting, one of the things with having the mount PTR yesterday was, I think you got to see a little bit of how many of people are actually active. Because here's what I found interesting. Actually, let me see if I can pull this up. All right, I need to see Steam. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. All right, if you look right now, so this is PTR. So this was yesterday. They reached a peak of 5.5. So that's a pretty good peak, right? Now, let's pull this off. At the same time, this was when we had it yesterday. So at the same time, they only dropped down to 11,000. So I don't know what to make of that. You had 5.5 thousand people on PTR, but you never, you only peaked at, let's see, the day before you peaked at 13.6 thousand, and you only dropped down to 11.4 thousand. So I don't know. There's numbers do weird things in my head. So I just thought that was interesting, I guess is how I would put it. So I guess maybe people had both open. I feel like that would kill your computer if you had both open, but I don't know. Yeah, PTR was like 145 gigabyte download. So hope they don't shut down the game. Yeah, I don't think they will. At the end of the day, we all never know exactly what's going on in the background, right? So, always got to keep that in mind. You just never know. We can pontificate and estimate and all of that, all we want. At the end of the day, none of us work for them. And none of us know what's going on internally. So I think that means you have lots of people waiting to come back with anything new. That's a good point. I mean, that could be it. Like I said, I'm not trying to, it was just an interesting connection of dots, like looking at the numbers. I've not really thought too much into what and why, but I don't know. I saw that and just thought, run animation looks bad. I wasn't paying attention. We're the highwaymen. All right, guys, give me a quick second. I think my daughter just came down, so I'm gonna go make sure she's getting breakfast and stuff. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry, guys. That should hopefully be the last interruption. So we'll see. My all my kids have now come down. So in our fit. What I miss? Anything? Stott, I appreciate the follow. Is it Achima? Appreciate the follow. All right. What were we doing? I don't even fucking remember. So. All right. So I think what we'll do tomorrow is Apogea. Thinking that through a little bit more. Animal, what's up? Does anybody know? Is anybody playing Apogea and know how long they're going to be testing for? You might try it out. Yeah. No, they fixed my problem when I tried to. So I first tried to join. Like there were issues with their being able to register, and so I just quit. But I was able to get in February 9th. Damn. Okay. So there's still some time. Again, we're looking for something to also play front page on the 22nd. So love your vids and YouTube. You're a legend. Oh, I appreciate that. Don't know that I'm a legend, but I appreciate you watching. Are you avoiding the question? It's fine if you just don't want to. If you are, I just want to keep asking. Sorry, apologies. I don't know what question. Oh, here. Is it true that medical will be used as an excuse? I don't know anything about anything personal, so don't know. Again, what I would say to anything is what I have come to learn over the last many years is that we don't know everything. So that even the employees don't know everything. So, that's why I've really tried not to have things jump to conclusions and sort of, especially the last couple of videos that have been highly more analytical. I've really tried to put references, right, and sources and stuff so that you can actually go look and not just say, hey, trust me, bro. Right. I don't know if I've done a good job at that or not, but this morning I did not, because most of what I referenced is in the past videos. So references are there. And then also that video from this morning got put together really, really quickly last night. So I didn't have any real planning time for it. So I would be so happy if Intrepid sold merge. This would be the best news in years. Always hard to say until things happen, right? All right. Why are you not? Sorry if that was confusing. I'm having to be careful with how I ask. Thank you for your answer. Yeah, I would just say we never know full truths. That's why I try to stick to things that I can demonstrate in the public space. Why is that thing moving like that? Is it broken? That's broken. Weird chatter. Yeah, it is weird chatter. I know. My guess is you're referring to Stephen Short Smith's question, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't like trying to think the best way to frame things. So when we're talking through stuff, I don't really have any interest in diving into personal matters that I have no idea if they're accurate, if they're real or not, like, you know, or that things even need to be in a public space. I know that probably is not answering your questions, but again, very purposely try to stick with things when I talk about them or make videos that are verifiable stuff. That probably did not help at all, Ghost Boy, but anyways. How do you think? What happened with... it's a shame I haven't been able to give this game any more of my time or support. Hopefully you'll have time. Again, I know everyone worries, especially after Kira's video. You know, oh, are they closing? I can almost assuredly say no, they are not. So I don't think you have to worry about that. You shouldn't worry about that. All right, we probably have enough glint. I don't know. A lot of bears up here. I just don't care to grab them. Where are the rest of the wolves, though? What sucks? Where we are at. LinkedIn senior producers, game engineers, open to work. Yes, again, dealing in public information. As of yesterday, now again, we knew there were 9 people that were terminated, a week and a half ago, and we knew who some of those were. We knew who 3 of them were publicly. They had put that information out on LinkedIn. Suddenly yesterday, again, and you can do some digging around if you go to LinkedIn, there are a total, it looks like a total of 11 that I've found so far. I think 8 of which are new, maybe 9. People who are currently listed as employed by Intrepid, who have now made a post in LinkedIn that says open to work. So I doubt they are part of the first 9, but I don't know. These were all literally just posted yesterday. So my guess would be no, but I mean, I can't speak to that. I don't know for sure, obviously. I don't know who was terminated or not, but beyond what I can see in the public space. And a lot of these are all senior people, some of which have been there for 4, 5, 6, 7 years. Remote workers catching strays. Well, what if it was, what would you think if everyone was working remote? What if that was happening? Another what if. What if people have been transitioned to remote? Whoa. All right, we went from light blue to a red. Damn, level 20. Don't think so. How long they delayed the live stream? February 13th. Friday the 13th. I don't know. Is it ever a good thing when senior devs are looking for work? Okay. Why did it switch to the scepter? Do we know what their positions were? I didn't write them down, but yeah, I mean, they're all over the board, all over the board. What the hell? Why is it not switching to my book? Is the book broken? Like, what's happening here? That's weird. These people are fake devs. No. So again, I'm going to push back on that, and I'm going to ask you to just be a tad bit respectful. I will say over the last 9 years, regardless of what you think of leadership, I have gotten to know several of the people making the game. Some of them were friends beforehand. They're not fake devs. You know, that they are trying to create something brand new in a space where these things have not existed. Has it been hard? Yes. But this idea or concept that somehow they're all terrible, you know, they're trying to break into new ground. You know, they're not terrible. So, you know, I would prefer us try to be at least a little respectful and sort of some of those conversations. And is that to say every single person is great? No. No matter what field you're in, even in healthcare, you're going to find people that are not good at what they do. That have just sort of come along the way. But that does not mean an entire group of people fit that. So I would prefer us not to sort of lump every single person together and say, oh, they're just all terrible what they do. Because I know that's just not true. So, and keep in mind, this is not coming from someone who fanboys, right? I don't white knight this game. If anything, I get told that I'm too negative. I doom too much. So I'm not sitting here trying to white knight for a studio. I'm just trying to be blunt and open with you that these are people. The people that are not visible that are working on the game are people, and they're trying their best. So, Sidora, I appreciate the follow. All they need to do is communicate. Yeah. Again, you look at patterns. 8 years of their existence, the one thing that they love to do, communicate. I think they have done monthly live streams because there is joy in doing that. I think, though, when you watched Margaret's face or Steven's face or Jeffrey Bard when he was still here, these were things they loved to do. They love to be out front and center talking to staff, to players. So you just have to ask, why is that not the case now? So I don't know. I don't know why we're talking about Mortal Online. I have never heard one positive thing about Mortal Online. I've never played it, but I've also never heard anything positive about it. So I don't know why we're comparing Ashes of Creation to Mortal Online. I'm just being blunt. I have no idea why we're talking about Mortal Online. I mean, was it ever good? Like, was it ever a successful game? How close did they ever get to 31K concurrent? The tech in Mortal is sick. What do you mean by that? What tech? No, it's a bad game because mechanics, but the tech was insane for only one person. Okay. They both have mixed reviews on Steam, so that's one thing at least. Mortal Online 1 was in UE4. UE5 is a new one. I haven't messed with it. Yeah, I've just heard so many negative things. I have no desire to even mess with it. So in LinkedIn, 16 people are open to work, and all their positions are senior cloud architects, designers, or gameplay engineers. Wow, 16. So that's gotten bigger than when I last checked. MO2 is a negative gank box game. Yeah. MO2 looks worse. Looks like a worse Skyrim. You will die level 1 to a veteran. That's what I've heard, that like Anyways, all right, what do we got? How many commissions are left? We need 3 more wolves. Is that it? And then we'll leave. Tech doesn't mean anything if the game sucks. Yeah. I mean, if you can't get people to play it, then what's the point? All right, so I guess it's set. Tomorrow we'll do Apogea. Am I saying that correctly? Anybody know? That's right. All right, good. I want to make sure I'm not sitting here like calling it something that it's not. All right, let's run back to Miraleth. Renew our citizenship, renew our vows. Even though I don't know that we're going to do much more with Ashes at this point. At least not until whenever the next patch is. That's how Ed says it. Good. Apogea. You know, I just, when we talk about how things suck, I just think back to the last 4 to 6 weeks. And again, I've already documented a lot of this in some videos, but you know, when they released 9 people a week and a half ago, you know, did a video saying, hey, when you look at this in the context of everything else, you know, it could be nothing, but I worry about what it could mean before the next live stream. Could we see more people let go before the next live stream? And that was actually a very poorly viewed video. Got probably half the views, less than half the views that most of my long form videos get. And a lot of negative comments. Like they're just, it means nothing. They're just, you know, they weren't doing their job. They weren't good at their job. You know, doesn't mean anything. And I get that reaction, but fast forward to now and, the live stream's been delayed by 2 weeks and we have, what was it? Somebody said 16 new, 16 people on LinkedIn that are Intrepid employees that are now open for work. I don't know, man. You tell me what that means. Oh, I hate wolves. I hate wolves. I hate wolves. When I don't want to kill them, they can kiss my ass. I think the cadence is so many systems are interconnected. No, for sure they are. Which also I think has been part of the problem, right? I mean, look at freeholds. You know, freeholds by themselves probably function, right? If you're able to just log into a freehold, you can probably do stuff. But they had to remove them because of the complexity with everything else. You know, I don't know that. I don't know this to be fact, but I wonder if part of why they removed freeholds is they couldn't get them to work with dynamic gridding or something like that. I don't know. You know, it's just, but that just speaks to how complex all of this is. So, Mr. Holmes, I appreciate the follow. Ashes used to have 3 patches a week, yeah. I'm old enough to remember when the Alpha 2 live stream had a slide that said we would get major content updates every 6 weeks. Uh, 16 of 250 is a relatively small percent, unless the 250 number is BS, plus the fact that they all seem to be development. Well, 16 is what we know. I'll start with that. And 250, if you looked on LinkedIn, I think 207 are listed on LinkedIn. Now, does that mean, there could also be people who just aren't on LinkedIn, but Freehold, I think, will be more for guilds for sure. All right, I gotta stop. This caught my attention. Fishy, are you a bot? Are you just a cleverly named character? No, you're not a bot. I can tell by the way you're jumping. Brewbat. The hell is that? Let's see where you run. Yeah, the way he immediately jumped, I don't think that's a bot. They would just tend to run. Curious, man. Very curious. Correct on anvils, no world bosses, raid dungeons. Anvils has like 34 pocket dungeons. Well, hopefully that's one of the things they're working on, right? I don't know. What's the consensus? Is this a bot? Based on how they're walking, I actually don't think so. Did they lay off more staff? They've not said that. Nobody has come out to say that they've laid off anybody. Steven did come out the original time and said that they laid off 9. Since all of these new LinkedIn posts have occurred, they've not come out and said that they've laid anyone off. So I don't have an answer to that question. As of right now, nobody has made that statement. That being said, there are new open for work posts. So I think you can, well, I don't even know that you can make assumptions. I mean, you don't know if people, my guess is so far the fact that they've not said anything is that no, there's not been anyone laid off. Are people starting to look for other work? The post would seem to indicate that. I don't know why else you'd be posting open to work. Now, why that is, I don't know. All right, let's buy some tax receipts. How many do we need? 21. Shit, what did I just do? I need 21. All right. That is 8 uncommon glint and 4 dull glint. So we should have more than enough. Took about all we got though. All right, and we pay our dues. So we are good through February. What post are you talking about? There's in LinkedIn. Several of the folks that are listed as working for Intrepid on LinkedIn have made posts that say they're open to work, which would seem they're open to work at other places. There were a lot that popped up last night. So. Magisto, I think you're probably talking to, was it Tren B? Yeah, that's what I've been saying as well. I think that person is wrong in the assumption. So. Dashbox, I appreciate the follow. Could you link it? I mean, these are all post patch. There's no like one place to link it. What I would tell you to do is just go to LinkedIn and search Intrepid Studios, and then search that by posts, and then latest posts, and should clue you in. But I don't have like a single way to show you everything. Yeah, I think that's just wrong. My proof, I played 2 years season. Yeah, I just grossly disagree with that. I mean, I know some of these folks personally. Like I know their work. So whatever happens this week or the next week or the week after that, everyone just needs to keep in mind that these are real people. And we should treat them as such. So I'm pretty sure, well, one, I know a lot. I know that there are good people. But I'm pretty sure if I came to your work and said that you're shit at your job, you'd probably not be happy with that, especially if I had no proof. The thing is, you never really want your senior designers and programs to leave. Exactly. Especially if they're the ones that wrote the code, right? These are the people that know a lot and a lot of times built the core systems. Exactly. It's extremely hard to replace them. There's some questioning with, oh my gosh, I'm forgetting his name. That just left, the networking person that went to Epic. Like, do people know how to look at his code? I don't know. I don't think a lot of people understand what an alpha is, for sure. I agree. Devs also work on what they're told. That's true. There's a leadership component. I DM'd you a post that I think that might interest you. Okay. Is it to the Theory Forge? I think I'm logged into the other. Actually, let me go up here. Wait, where'd you DM me at? Oh, on Discord. Okay. Doesn't mean people shouldn't be held accountable for the quality of their work. Well, for sure. Yeah. But again, there's so much to this we don't know, right? We just don't. And so as much as I think it's folly to come out and say, hey guys, game is great. They're on time with everything. It's perfect. It's wonderful. As bad as I think it is to be that person, I equally think it's bad to be, they don't know what they're doing. Everything's broken. They have no clue. They're terrible, because we don't know that. You don't work there. Like, you don't know what orders they're being told to take. We just don't know any of that. So I think both of those extremes are equally bad. People are posting, yeah, it's something that's been visible. What they're posting has been in the code forever. Like, that's not new. You just have to know where to look. Like, none of that's new. Hi, I'm playing tank, but I don't know what's the best gear. I am not a tank. I don't know if Flanker's put out any guides for that or not. Flanker AOC is a good content creator that does a lot of guides. Royer as well. He plays tank. He main tanks. He's another one, but I don't know if he has any guides on the tank. Nice Gaming also tanks. So Nice might also have some updated videos for the tank that you might check out. So. Oh, are you? I think I know what you're talking about. Jamie Chaos also. Yeah, but he's not played in a bit, so. So I don't know that he has anything that's like, wait, I don't see, oh, here it is. I don't think that he has any, anything up to date is what I would say. Oh, the New World stuff. Yeah, no, I saw that. I don't know. We'll see where it goes. He said he did he had to do an NDA, right? Although made it very clear that like the NDA does not mean something's happening, right? I'm pretty sure. Make sure you get your gear. Yeah, especially as a tank, you're definitely going to want updated gear. So probably best thing is to join a guild that can feed you gear. Will 100% be your biggest need. I thought Jamie may have gotten bounced from the CC program. No, he did. He got kicked out. Yes. We'll see if I get kicked out after this. I don't know. I feel like I'm often riding the edge, but I don't know. I try to do things respectfully. Hopefully it comes across as respectful because that's always my goal. You won't because you're still making content for OC. Well, that was the reason given for Jamie. I don't know that everyone bought that reason, but that is what he was told. Morales, I apologize. I'm not able to translate that. So I just thought that fact that he admitted it was a joke. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, this started off as a joke. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like there's probably still money to be made in creating New World. So, you know, I think it would be ideal, obviously, to see it shipped off to somebody that actually knows how to run a game. Why would I? Because I'm not raw. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there's no reason I would. Actually, when I've asked people about that, they're like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Like, your stuff's fine." Sir, check your DMs with me. Richie, get out of here. I told you I don't want any more of your pictures. First two freak me out. I don't want any more. Just quit. It looks funny. It's crooked, man. It's crooked and it's the wrong color. I don't want it. Jamie crashed out on stream and told Steven. Well, no, he did do that. Yeah, but the getting kicked out of getting kicked out of the program was long after that, so I don't think it was that. You're very much the most respected and reliable content creator. Well, I appreciate that. Feet pics? Yeah, I wish it was feet pics. Richie don't like feet pics. All right, he's telling me to check my DMs, so if it's a picture, I'm going to show it on stream, man. All right, what do we got here? The other thing I keep waiting for is to have a takedown request for that video I just put up too. That's actually why I specifically did not include any Ashes footage. So, on purpose. Yeah, I got you, Richie. See, now what you've done here, though, is you've made it so that people are going to ask me questions. Oh no, it's LinkedIn. We've been talking about that. Yeah, LinkedIn is suddenly, that all started last night, actually. You want it all. I mean, we can say I want it all. I purposely, you know, for me, 3 inches is not a whole lot. It's okay. for some people. I mean, it's not to, you know, if it's used right, I'm sure it's good. You know, little bit more is what I look for. So I'm just kidding. There's like all of a sudden chat stopped. Like that's a joke. Yeah, no, Richie, we LinkedIn. We've been talking about that. Yeah, I had a lot of. There was a lot put up yesterday. It sounds like there's more this morning. Richie Small Hands confirmed. Can we make that his nickname? Richie Small Hands. That is what SH stands for. Holy shit. Can we turn this into a, oh, we got to turn this into a short. Richie Small Hands. Small Hands. That's good. Pretty, that's great. You all are what make this fun. You know, we've spent almost 4 hours running around in a game that frankly is not very fun right now, but it's been a good morning because I'm sharing it with you all. So I sincerely mean that. I'm not trying to be a dickhead. Like I actually meant what I just said. So tomorrow we'll do Apogea and, I don't know. We'll see. I guess that all depends on what comes from today. We'll see what else, you know, 24 hours in a day. So you never know what's going to happen in a 24-hour period. So grabbed some American Hunter views today. Oh yeah, that's it's been, you know, I appreciate every one of you, like the growth that's been on Twitch, YouTube as well. You know, historically our channel's been around for, gosh, 12 years, a long time. But in the last 60 to 70 days, it's been crazy. Absolutely crazy. Really, once early access was announced, it's been nutty. So I appreciate everybody. If they sell it, I will no longer support it. But what if it became better? Sure. Inner ear monitors. Frankly, they're too expensive, and I have some others that are much cheaper, and these are not any better. So I wouldn't go and buy them. These are probably $150+ and I have a pair that cost $40 that are just as good. So sucks that they have the scamware. Again, I think there is intention to create a good product. I really do. That might shock some of you. I think there has always been the intention to create a good product. That's not to say it's always been run in a good way. And I think it's been in a very poorly run process at times, which has led to where we're at. I don't think that says anything, though, with regards to the desire to actually make a great product, because I think that is something they've always wanted to do. You know, when you have very big ideas and very complex dreams, it's going to require a very well-run company to make those things happen, right? Historically, when you look at MMORPGs, they don't advance in big jumps like this. Usually there's one or two things that are new to a game, and you build upon that. You don't usually try to start like a half dozen new things in one game. And so to do that, it just requires a very, very unique skill set within a company that I just don't think we've seen come together in a gel. So that does not say that individually developers are bad. That does not say that leadership is intentionally trying to be bad. Again, there are complexities we are just unaware of. So let's sell to NCSoft. That's not going to happen. There ain't no big studios looking to buy MMORPGs at this point. They're all getting rid of them. I think that quit if they sell sentiment comes from being scared. I'd go, yeah, I get that. But you don't know that makes it worse. I mean, history might say that, but you don't know for sure, all right? You gotta, I mean, you can make your decisions, but I've lived through several game closings that have been sucky. So maybe I'm just used to it. Again, I don't think this game is closing, so I don't want anybody to say that, to take it that way. I would say for a fact that it's not. You're not going to get any information anytime soon that it's closing. So I don't want people to think that. But you know, I've been through a lot of those. Right? Our channel started with EverQuest Next, which morphed into Landmark, both closed. We then went on to Chronicles of Illyria. I don't want to go through that whole story. If you know, you know. If not, go Google it. You know, then we moved on to Ashes of Creation. Maybe it's me. I don't know. Maybe I'm bad luck. Maybe if you're a developer and you see me coming, you should be like, get the f out of my game. Because track record ain't been good. Maybe that also just speaks to how hard it is to make new games. I will actually say, this is a good talking point. When we talk about these 3 games, EverQuest Next, Chronicles of Illyria, and now Ashes of Creation, all 3 of these were MMORPGs that wanted to do revolutionary, things that almost would revolutionize the genre. All 3 had ideas that were very unique to the genre, and multiple ideas that they wanted to implement all at once in one game. And like we just talked about, I think that's incredibly hard to do. And that is a very common theme across all 3 of those games. And so maybe it just speaks though to that complexity, that when you want to really try to revolutionize the industry, you probably should only try to do it a couple things at a time and not a whole lot at a time. Yeah. Actually, if you go back and look at EverQuest Next, and then you look at, and I've talked about this before, if you look at EverQuest Next and what they were trying to do, their so-called core pillars, it actually lines up super well with Ashes of Creation's core pillars. In many ways, Ashes of Creation was almost a continuation. It was a morphing, but an almost continuation of EverQuest Next, both in idea, but then also developers that you brought on. And it just so happens Ashes of Creation really started after EverQuest Next was closing in Landmark. Interesting thought. Interesting things to sort of think about. Charles, I appreciate the sub. So you have a special talent to spot Dune games. I hope not, man. I am like really looking forward to Light No Fire. So my MMO journey began with EQOA. Ooh, you can still play that actually. To a degree. So there's a private server. I never really got into EQOA only because I was deep into EverQuest. So I didn't really go to the PlayStation route. They don't have to give money back to anyone. Steam Early Access will be considered a launch. I mean, you know, only they can determine what a launch is. So. Sylvain, what's up? Maybe you just can't revolutionize the genre with a bowl of scraps and some glue. Well, I mean, that's a part of it, sure. But I think when you're trying to do all of this at once, it's almost near impossible to get the stars to align to do it. You can almost, I don't know as much about Star Citizen. So I don't know if anyone in here is like a Star Citizen savant that could educate me. I'd be grateful if you could. I almost wonder if Star Citizen is taking almost the same approach. Like, are they trying to do too much at once with one game? And maybe is that part of their problem? I don't know. I've not followed it very closely at all. But only difference is they have a lot of money. So, you know, they get a longer go at it. They were, but now they're actually delivering. Have they cut any of their scope? Like, has anything actually been reduced down? SE looks good and has good concept, but their NPCs like to get stuck in doorways and stand on tables. Okay. Oh, they added scope. That's okay. Well, when I say scope, like, did they add anything that's new to the genre? I guess we do have dynamic gridding, which everyone's trying to nail. Would be one thing, but is there anything in addition to that? You also die when the elevators shut on you? Star Citizen is pretty unique, at least the experience of space simulation more than just MMO. I've just never been a space. My preference for games has always been high fantasy, generally. Well, that being said, probably my most played game in the last couple of years has been No Man's Sky. So what the fuck am I talking about? Very similar, but SC is on another level in scale and always double down. Okay. My knowledge of SC is that it has absurd scope creep, but people aren't impatient. I don't know why. Probably as money that's been spent would be my guess. Do the NPCs and Star Citizens still do that thing where they slowly congregate to a corner of a building and stand there? Oh man, I gotta jump in that sometime. Big questions about the future. This sucks. What I miss? Well, there's a video posted that might help understand some things. We've been talking about Kira from yesterday. I did not watch the full video. I watched part of it. The other thing we've been talking about overnight, starting last night into this morning, there's been a lot of more new LinkedIn postings from current Intrepid staff who are looking for work. Now, there's not been, I want to be very clear, there's not been any announced layoffs, nothing new that has come about in that regard. But there's a significant increase in LinkedIn posts from current Intrepid developers looking for work. So, you know, that's kind of where we can take things right now until we hear anything else. So, what's up, Planendorf, man? I've been talking you up today. So I want everyone to understand when we talk about the game that people like Planendorf, the people that are making this game, I really do have significant, very, very significant respect for them. They love this game. Planendorf has said so many different times how this is his dream job. That this is the dream game he's wanted to make. And so, you know, I've gotten to know some of these folks. I already knew some beforehand that joined the company. They are good people. And so no matter what might happen or not happen in the next few weeks, like the employees really should not be shit on, is what I would say. I would also say I don't think, and people will not understand why I say this, but I also don't think Steven should be shit on either. So, the best story I have of Planendorf, we were streaming. Of course, I stream very early. Planendorf, you're over on the West Coast, right? So, you know, we start at 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Central Time. So that's what, 5 a.m. to like 9 a.m. West Pacific Time. And when we were talking about this earlier, when we found the invulnerability bug back, God, I'm not drunk, I promise. It's still early in the day. Way back when, I messaged Planendorf through Discord just saying, hey, just so you know, found this bug. I mean, this is like super early on like a Sunday morning. Not expect, you expect things later on, right? Dude like jumps in game, starts bugging it with me. Like, these are highly dedicated, very passionate people. And I just want everyone to understand that. Holy shit, can you see global right now? Did you guys see that? It stopped, but that was like, how? Maybe I do need some liquor. It's 10:50 in the morning, too early for liquor. So, and the developers can speak for themselves, but I will never pretend to speak for them. But I would, from what I've heard from everybody, the amount of love that Steven has put into his team is very clear and very palpable. Like, from everything I've been told, he has really tried to treat everyone very well and make them feel like a family and trying to bring this together. So, again, everyone I know that has worked there has had nothing but positive things for the most part to say. And so, when you create an environment like that, you know, I think that says something. So, what's up, Wagsy? Well, Planendorf, I have not done shit, but I appreciate you appreciating me. So all I do is talk. I thought there was a live dev stream scheduled yesterday. No, they pushed it to February 13th. Why do you like No Man's Sky? Oh, No Man's Sky is just amazing, man. Altogether, like the amount of systems and things they put into that game over time. That's why I want Light No Fire so bad, because I'm very much a fantasy person, not a space person. So with No Man's Sky, I sort of tolerate the space sim part just because everything else feels so good. So Light No Fire, sort of bringing No Man's Sky into a fantasy setting, like it's gonna make me cream, man. Wait, I said that wrong, but you know what I mean. Richie, where'd you go? I need help with my wording here. What is it? What is it? What do we call it when that happens, Richie? You had a name for it. Are you still here? I think you already left. Are they planning to do dungeons like with healers and tanks and stuff? I mean, there currently are open world dungeons. Yeah. Oh, are you talking about Light No Fire, or am I getting confused here? I think we've transitioned to Light No Fire. So, me and the Lore Force guys are gonna hit that hard. Oh, Light No Fire looks fucking amazing. I'm annoyed that we've not had any more information about it, but I also get that the launch of No Man's Sky was super rocky, and so I can kind of understand why they probably don't want to necessarily speak on it until they're sure about things. But at the same time, Ashes. Oh no, so yeah, Ashes of Creation already has open dungeons. I could show you. So they have large dungeons. So like Tower of Carfen is one here. We have another one over here, Befallen Forge. So these are large open world dungeons. So they are not instanced. There is absolutely no instancing tech right now that's in the game. And then you have smaller pocket dungeons. So if you go into some like desert and some other places, you'll find little pocket dungeons. Again, open world that you can run through with groups and raids and stuff. But yeah, there's the Holy Trinity exists. So you have tanks, you have healers and all that. So No Man's Sky is really fun, but I hope they add more depth to the systems in Light No Fire. Exactly. And I think they are, right? Because it's going to be treated as an RPG. So, you know, with an RPG, you obviously have to add a lot more to it. So, and maybe that's why they're being so tight-lipped at this point, as to what's going on. But I saw on Global something about a wipe. No, there's not been any wipe announced. I mean, we will inevitably wipe sometime, but not anytime soon. Not that I'm aware of, anyways. Again, I can understand why a lot of people would like to see a wipe, but until things that are until we have things fixed that have created the current environment, things like bots and RMT and hacking, until that's fixed, there's really no point in wiping. Like, it's just going to come back. And if anything, that actually promotes further RMT, because then people have to buy gold all over again. So I get that people really want to see a wipe. There's just not a whole lot of reason to do it right now. So, you know, for people that are sort of stuck on that, I would just say, hey, you know, maybe it's time to step back for a little bit, go play something else for a little while, come back whenever there's, you know, a wipe or something does happen. What would be the competition to Star Citizen, EVE Online, Elite Dangerous? They don't seem to have much competition. Oh no, that's true. You're very good point there. Layoffs are a part of life, but layoffs when the game seems to be going downhill can be more than normal. I mean, you got to look for signals, right? Ashes is just another Darkfall. Never played Darkfall. They always spam global about a wipe. Yeah, Discord as well. If you ever get into Discord general chat. All right, Plandorf, man, I hope you have a good day. Hope you have a good day and a good week. So, see ya. Oh yeah, we definitely have to do some gaming. We talked about a game. I don't remember what we talked about before, but yeah, I'll DM you and see what we can do. I need to find some people to play Magic with too. Arena, if anything. I should go watch Pockets too. I'm curious if he watched my video, what his thoughts are on it. But yeah, either virtual or even just getting on Arena. I don't know if you ever play Arena, but I've been on kind of a Magic hiatus because I've been frustrated by the costs of everything and how they keep ramping up literally like a new cards. Like, I'm exaggerating, but like every month. What colors do you run in? Typically, I love black. Give me black. This wave of MMOs in development is Flop City. I mean, most of them have been canceled, haven't they? What's still out there that's in development? I guess we have the Riot MMO. That's still out there. And of course we have Ashes. I mean, what other Western MMOs are there? We have a lot of Eastern stuff. You know, what's really weird when you look at it is Eastern MMOs are like thriving. For whatever reason. When I say thriving, they're coming out. I'm not saying they're necessarily good games, but you know, Eastern is like not missed a beat. Versus Western MMOs are all like, no thank you. Right, MMO will be the best. Oh, we're starting that again? I can remember saying that about Ashes. What's up, Grumpy? Lightning Fire will not be an MMO. No, it's not. Yeah, if anything, it'll just be a small group. If anything, it'll be more like Where Wind Meet kind of thing, probably. Yeah, but it's not an MMO. I just personally love No Man's Sky, so I think I will just like come in my pants, sorry, about Lightning Fire. Richie again, is that what we called it? I don't remember. Richie left. I don't know why I keep talking to him. If they have enough money, it would not be hard to fix Ashes. I mean, money isn't everything. Again, Star Citizen, right? And 2 looks stunning. Yeah, it's the monetary stuff. Oh, there you go. Yeah, the pay to win stuff. Yeah. I can't play Eastern MMOs. I think there's some things out there I love that come out of that side, but yeah, but I'm also not somebody that gets too like hung up on some of the payment schemes. Not that I want pay to win, but Ashes doesn't have nearly the support Riot does. Oh no, not at all. Well, and I think Riot, you know, you also have the potential that the backing of that Eastern side, right? Even though it's being overdeveloped in this area, like I think there's probably the expectation that it will be successfully launched across everywhere or globally. Yeesh hadn't blocked someone in Twitch in a while. Yeah, I try not to block, so. So my glass is half full. Look on the costs. Wait, so my glass half full look on the costs is that since they're really leaning into pay to win, crazy good cards are losing value really quick. Anywho, yeah. No, you're right. You're right. I think I'm missing some of this conversation. Smash, I appreciate the phone. We might be getting there though. So is it time to doom yet? I used to be the biggest coper, but shit's not looking good. Again, the biggest thing I want people to understand is the game is not closing. You know, I know that Kira had a very unclear video. Now I in no way think this game is closing, right? It will release. So just to like put that out there from the beginning. Hank Hill, man, you're still going. Teach a lesson to the people who bought it. Hey man, I got my money out of this game. I've said that over and over again. I got my money and time out of this game. So the amount of entertainment that I've had over the last 9 years is invaluable. So it's been worth it. Late, what happened? Hold up, guys. I got a call. All right. When you bought the EA game, they promised you to get the full game too. Well, yeah. But I mean, who gets to call a game released, right? Intrepid does. Cat, I appreciate the follow. Dude, have you checked Discord? Which Discord? No, why? What's up? What'd I do? Royer, which Discord? Official? I doubt there's anything I'll learn there new. Oh, you're talking about the LinkedIn stuff? Yeah, we've been talking about that all morning. That started last night. Last we checked, I think there were 16 people that had listed looking for work in LinkedIn. Yeah, we don't know if they're layoffs. We just, I mean, obviously you can kind of assume, but yeah, there's something like 16. The last I checked, it was 11, but somebody mentioned 16 this morning. So. Hey guys, all I will tell you, if you, all right, I'm going to post this again. So if you've not watched this, now I have it pinned everywhere. If you've not watched this, you should go watch this. It's I think a 6-7 minute video. So I've not checked to see if anyone's watching it. Maybe I should post this, and I've not posted it in Discord. Maybe I should. I wasn't sure if I should. But I'll post, well, I won't post it in general. I'll post it over in community media. So this video, I will say, came together very, very quickly last night. So, and I purposely, like I said, I have purposely not put any Ash's visual content or sound into it because I did not want to run the risk of getting it taken down. Because I think it has a very important message that I want everyone to read or hear. So. No yellow names showing us online on Discord. That's never the case. Yeah, that's what's mentioned as well. God, Margaret got removed. Holy fuck, guys. So she no longer says Director of Communications. Is it fair to say we don't have a content creator program anymore? All right, we're gonna see what pops up. All right, actually, if I just search Intrepid Studios, I should actually, her posts usually show up right away. What does it say? Creative marketing, communications, and social strategy leader. What did it used to say? Her Intrepid tag is missing. Fuck. So this is happening a lot faster than I thought it would. My thought that things would happen Wednesday, Friday, one of those 2 days. So this is, man, this has vibes back to when Sony sold SOE to that other studio that turned into Daybreak, man. That was a crazy ass day. Well, fuck. 13th will be a good buy stream. Again, the game, I think the game has to release. Number one. I think your best. All right, let's do this again. So I'm going to pull this up. Your best roadmap to see what we will get or what will come. Let me find it. Ashes of Creation, Kickstarter. This is going to be your best roadmap. Like I would say that nearly everything that's in this, as far as a goal, largely needs to be met. And the reason for that is if you go way down here, there's actually a clause where they claimed that if it does not launch, we promise to refund backers all in full. So this is, I think, your visual. Oh, wait, I already had it opened on what to look for. You know, what might launch look like? It's that. So I've not heard. Apparently she's lost. Did somebody say she's lost her Intrepid tag? It will be canceled. No one wants to earn. You have to understand who's. Watch my video. Watch my video, and there's a part that I think it says something like, "Who would buy it?" Watch that part. Apparently on Discord. I don't know. Let's go in here and see. Yeah, I see moderators listed still, but that's it. So if I go in and see Margaret, I mean, she's still yellow. I mean, admin, Intrepid Studios, admin, community manager, moderator, Intrepid Studio staff. So she's still listed as staff and stuff in Discord. Actually, I still show her as listed as director of communications in Discord. Make a 6-minute break. Let us watch. You're not going to miss much. I still see admin Intrepid. Yeah, no, I see that as well. So is that maybe just on LinkedIn? No, Margaret, she's not logged into Discord, but when you click on her name, I mean, it's still listed as an Intrepid employee. My expectations here. Let's pontificate that the game was sold. Let's pontificate that the studios have been sold, or that there's been a hostile takeover of some sort. Let's imagine what that might mean. The way I see this is that would likely mean if we have a studio of 250, I would assume it might shrink down to something like 70. And that we have to look at the further development of the game through that potential lens. If those things were to happen. I'm not saying they were. I'm not saying they were, but that would be the lens I would probably view that through. We're so cooked. Look, guys, we've been saying for a while, I don't think you should expect anything remotely like what we were told about back in 2017, 2018, 2019. I've been trying to telegraph stuff for a while now, right? The whole half the world video, one continent only. I think I did a video about beta in 2026 months ago. The reality is, for Western MMOs, the drive and money to create whole, complete, big ass projects and release them as such is just not there anymore. And so you have to look at things scope down. They've made the admin community manager roles not display separately from other roles on Discord. Odd to say the least. Yeah. If that's what's going on. So let me explain how UCCs work and why they're important in understanding some of this. So a UCC is a filing in really any state, but you can look in California's, and there's several UCC filings against Intrepid Studios. In and of itself, not uncommon. Basically, a lender will file a UCC so that if they don't get their money back, there's protections that they can then, get assets or get IP or stuff like that they can get things back for whatever they lent. Completely normal in the development of any business. And so, but you have to really look at who started placing UCCs in around 2024. Not just the fact that they're there, but who placed them. And that starts to tell a little bit more of a story about what's going on. That is all out there. I did a video on the past, present, and future of Ashes of Creation. So that is all out there for you all to look at. But it's more so who placed UCCs than the fact that they're there, if that makes sense. And so then you really got to look at who placed those. And then you can start to kind of look at, well, does that have any impact on what we're seeing today? And so then you can ask that question of, well, who would be taking over the company? And I think that these are all important things to look at separately, but also to look at collectively. And as you start doing these things, you may or may not start to see some sort of narrative come up. Brandon, appreciate the follow. Hugger, appreciate the follow as well. Are you standing on a missing texture? Oh, you noticed that, huh? No, I don't think I could be wildly wrong in any of this, guys. I could be really, really wrong. I'm not claiming to know anything. Historically, I think I've had a fairly decent track record of things, but I think you can pretty much throw out the idea that that person is looking, face punch is looking to buy ashes. I would be incredibly surprised if that happened. Just some recent shoal news. A guy accidentally corrupted last night and I looted his legendary maze. Nice. Very nice. For those of us who are stupid, can you just outright say it? I think if, one of those UCC lenders, or one of those people who placed a UCC, which again typically indicates they've lent money of some sort, and they're wanting money back or wanting something back, actually transferred, this is in the video I made this morning, actually transferred that UCC lien out of their name into a new company that's something game, TF something Games Holding Company, Games Holding LLC. So why the need to create a new company that is a Games Holding LLC? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know I don't know. Legit, I'm just dumb. I'm so sorry, Tim. Christopher says, my money is in MLM. Again, if you go look at some of the people that are either UCC lien holders or that we know have stocks that are shareholders in Ashes of Creation, publicly you can see that there are a lot of connections to that community. So yeah, this is some tiles that are just weird. So I think it's supposed to look like this. The fuck am I stuck on? There ain't nobody here. Yeah, it's just supposed to be a road. How many of these are fake players, by the way? Let's count. 1, you are. 2, you are. Anybody that's just sitting here trying to play a game. World, are you? My guess is yes, but I don't know. Charlene, maybe. Paved roads, yeah. I'm on Byra. Narc was right. I mean, Narc's a lot of things. Honestly, wouldn't be that mad if we scaled down the game for early release. No, I think that's actually, again, I think you have to look. So I'll say MMO development is going to go one of two ways. If we're going to see that, if we're going to see them continue in Ashes of, or in the Western side.
Yeah, holy shit.
Yeah. You're, you're either going to see the Pantheon model become common, which is, you know, their model has been create a small package of stuff, demonstrate that players want it, get some more money, develop a little bit more, demonstrate that players want it, get a little bit more money. And so they've kind of progressively done that over time with funding and development. So I think that's one way MMOs will go as a potential way to keep them rolling. And obviously in that regard, if you do that, then you're not going to have these big complex games at release, right? You're gonna piecemeal them over time. The other way is to look more in a Eastern perspective and start looking at their monetization stuff, right? And I don't know that anyone wants to go that direction, but the reality is that Eastern MMOs continue to come out and they continue to generate money. So I think those are your only two really realistic paths forward for Western MMOs. Tech, I appreciate the follow. Let's see. Steven says Intrepid Studios could no longer borrow money. Steven had to borrow under his own name while previous lenders were taking equity and preferred stock through UCC filings. That's why there's a new name. I don't know, man. What's an example of an Eastern MMO? Oh, you're talking about things like Ion 2. Stuff like that. I've not looked into general Discord. What's going on over here? Oh, everybody's talking about LinkedIn. Oh, there's Lex. The fucking apes are foaming at the mouth again, yeah. Wouldn't expect anything less. I don't know, man. You know, you can show people a path, but it is entirely up to the individual to actually look. Is what I'll say. There are some people who will either just never be able to see or choose not to see. This or WoW, I would never compare the two because they're vastly different games. So. And they're also obviously vastly in different development states. So. Eastern MMOs cost significantly less money to make due to dev wages. I mean, that's probably part of it, but you also have to look, unfortunately, at how they do, you know, how they collect money, right? It's all about money. So Grok seems to think they are separating the Ashes of Creation IP from Intrepid Studios. Sure. I mean, you could conceivably, yes, you could conceivably move a game into a new company. Sure. think the next week's going to be super, super important for our understanding of the future of the game. We listening to Grok. Didn't Grok get into trouble? Something like that. Sorry, I'm checking. I feel like we're like real world. Like, this is not what I expected from this morning. So, oy. Can player morale get even worse? Probably not. Not until, well, no, yeah, it could. Yes, it could. Colvin, what's up? How is everybody? We are pontificating about the state of ashes of creation right now. A lot going on, man. A lot of shit's happening. So, I just joined the stream. What happened? Starting last night, there were a large number of what appear to be current Intrepid employees on LinkedIn who posted that they were looking for work or open to work. And so that combined with Kira, the Kira video from yesterday, and then I also put out this morning. All of these sorts of things are raising a lot of questions. So, everyone knows you know the deeds. You've been dropping breadcrumbs for a while. I've been trying to, I don't know, man. Things are what they are. I've seen before and after of Margaret's LinkedIn. Looks very convincing. If it's fake. Well, I mean, they're still listed as employed. So, no, the other several that have flagged up as open to work. Yeah, that all started last night. So, the more I watch your videos, the more things make sense. Yeah, I have to be very careful. I have to be very careful about how I say things. So, I'm just excited for prop hunting. Wow, I'm a simple man. Wagsy or anything but simple. God, Discord's still going crazy. Can someone fill me in on the tea? Let's see, here's a purple. Intrepid delayed a stream. People then decided to go with whatever their heart's desire was for the reason. Again, I should be keeping a list of like I told you so's. So, this is Vira. I actually expect a mass layoff. It makes sense when a company grows. They can outgrow old staff. I think in general, probably it's common when a company changes hands, especially if it's due to anything financial. Again, not saying this about Intrepid. I'm just saying in general. Probably it would be likely if you go look at when a company changes hands that not long after that, you typically have layoffs. Because often companies will change hands due to financial reasons. Just a general statement. You're treating this like a journalist, and I appreciate that. I'm trying to. Which Discord? General. Sorry, not General. Alpha 2 General and Ashes Creation, the official one. Hypothetically, if there were a sale, how would you feel about how that might positively or negatively impact your hopes for the project? Well, hypothetically, if there was a sale, I think my next question is how many employees would stay and who? And then once I knew that, I would then be able to form a better opinion about how I think the direction of Intrepid might go. You know, hypothetically, if a company loses 70% of its workforce, probably not looking good. Hypothetically, if a company loses all of its top seasoned people, probably not looking good. Could it be a positive? I mean, yeah, I think you also can potentially have transfers like that where the game can still be developed. I just don't know enough right now to tell you one way or the other. I think you could equally have situations where the game development continues okay. I just don't know. Honestly, this wouldn't be any problem if they would just not stay silent. Well, obviously I would say that I don't think that I would guess. I don't know this to be any sort of fact. So this is not insider information. I would guess that the staff who are normally very talkative, I would guess would love to still be very talkative. And I would wonder if there's some reason that they can't be. I would wonder, pontificate, if there's something that's preventing them from being as chatty as they normally are. You got the lifetime sub. You'll be fine. Lifetime to what, man? It's true, but lifetime to what? This feels like the end. I mean, I don't want to like jump to like big old endings. I have a sense, not a fact. I have a curiosity if we are hitting some very significant changes. Things that I think if you go back and look at the last year and a half will start to make sense. So. NDAs, I have two. If you check Discord, you can see a screenshot. A lot of people are open for it. Oh no, yeah, we've been talking about that this morning. That all started last night. So when we started live this morning, 4.5 hours ago, it was something like 11 people. And I think that's gone up at this point. So there's been no official announcement though. So. Like people, please use your mind. There are legal documents, NDAs, court proceedings if this is happening. Oh yeah, I put a bunch of sources and videos I put out in the last few weeks. So you can go check them out. So is Phoenix Initiative chat active? I can't tell you. Why does it mean, what does it mean if you have a fancy nameplate like the guy in front of you? Which guy? The town crier? That's just an NPC, if that's what you're talking about. Any insight on director of communications being removed from Margaret's LinkedIn? Again, I would just say use your eyes. If it's not there, it's not there. And if it was there and it's not there, then there's a reason it's not there. A lot of the folks who are posting LinkedIn are senior people within the company. I would guess, again, I don't know this for fact. I would be curious to hear if people who are senior in the company make more than people who are not. The fact that they came to Steam was a big change in direction. Sure was. Came out of nowhere too. Steven was logged into Discord for a few, but did pretty quickly. I heard they fired the questing team because they were not producing. Yeah, I know somebody who's still working there, so I don't think that's true. He bought the Super Deluxe Heroic Edition. I can't talk about anything, PI. Love your informative videos. You have great speech ethics. I appreciate that. I'm trying to be respectfully informative. All right, let's be very clear at this point. We don't know that Margaret was let go, so I don't know that we can say she's been let go. It could also be people are just trying to get ahead of something, right? We don't know that anyone's been laid off, right? They could just be trying to get ahead. Maybe there's a bad feel. Maybe there's internal conversations happening, and people are like, all right, well, I'm going to put out some feelers. I mean, that could also be happening. We have nothing so far that has been said there's been another round of layoffs. That being said, we have a lot of people updating LinkedIn, so use your brain. What is Diggs predicting about the future of the game? Man, and Diggs don't play this game. Diggs is too busy dancing. And good on him for doing so. Yeah, I don't even know what's going on over here. I'm tired of this person, so hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up. What the? Wait, what? He's streaming Purple Side, happy hunting. Maybe people are frustrated with no raises. Hey, here's a thing. Completely unrelated. I think I did a video, and I think I did it. What was it called? Completely unrelated. Hold up. I think I did a video. Oh, it's called The Full Story of Ashes of Creation. Let me post this. This was one I did a couple of weeks ago. Again, completely unrelated. I think I talk about like what happens when a studio maybe, again, theoretically happens to miss bonus payments. I think that's in that video. I'm not sure. You probably have to go watch and see. But I think we discussed sort of that hypothetical of what could happen. Can you get us a quick rundown of what's being discussed in Discord? Oh, I've not been paying attention to this. So, okay, I can pretty much tell you. The main Alpha 2 General Discord right now is essentially a whole lot of people talking about everyone getting either fired or leaving the company. And they're all posting LinkedIn screens. There's a lot of conversations about Margaret and her title. So that is currently what appears to be scrolling through the channel right now. So Adrian, I appreciate the follow. Rinmatar, what's up? I don't know that I've ever seen you here before. Just counting and looking for work is up to 17. I mean, you are the same Ren that's in Discord, right? Am I correct in that? Yeah. Well, I won't ask you any of your opinions because I know you're likely under an NDA as a moderator. So, but I have a signal if you want it. Just DM me. I'll send you my signal chat. You know, something that interestingly came up that I'm curious, depending again what happens. You know, California is I think does a lot more for workers than some places. I could be wrong. I've never lived there, but I think there is something called the WARN Act. Yeah, here it is: Worker Adjustment and Retraining Notification. The WARN Act requires employers to give 60 days notice before a mass layoff, plant closure, or relocation. This WARN notice must be sent to employees and both state and local representatives. This helps workers prepare for job loss, find new jobs, or train for new opportunities. Again, unrelated, but I'm curious. I think they have something like that in California. Are you on Twitch as well? Yeah, TheoryForge. Sorry. I know that my username shows up as PhantomX over on TikTok, but I am on Twitch under TheoryForge. So I needed to switch that within. My character name is always PhantomX. I just need to switch TikTok back to just be TheoryForge. So whatever is going on is all news to me right now. My understanding is it's news to pretty much everyone in the company. I think mods are unpaid, so I don't know that they'd be. Is that right? You don't have to talk about it. Never mind. That's a personal question. You don't have to answer. WARN Act only applies to companies of certain sizes. Intrepid at 250 probably doesn't apply. Oh, I have not looked into it. Is that true? Yeah, unpaid. It's public info. We're volunteers. Yeah, okay. I just didn't want to. I don't want to get into your personal stuff. So, yeah. So I don't know that mods would be let go, because of that. So, who knows though? I mean, maybe people get stuff taken away. WARN Act does apply. Okay. I'll have to read more about it. I'm admittedly not educated enough about it to talk about it. So, if anyone is, feel free to educate me. But just saw your video connecting the dots. I hope this doesn't crush my hopes and dreams. I don't mean to be a doom bringer. What's going on? I just joined. So the big news of what's going on is kind of twofold. Number one, I have a video pinned. I think this might help somebody. I don't know who it will help, but we'll put it here. We'll put these in as well. Oh wait, that's the wrong video. Shit. Don't click that one. Hold up. Wow, I mean, you can click it. It's still my stuff. All right, this video. This is the right one. So keep in mind this. But anyways, what we are seeing is a whole lot of Intrepid Studios employees have started posting that they're open to work in LinkedIn. And so, and also there's this question of whether Margaret is still the director of communications. I encourage you to watch the second video I linked there, though. Actually, watch both, but the second one will actually both would help you understand. No? What no? What are we knowing? Actually, there's a video in between as well of discussion. I should put together like a watch list of things that I've made over the last several months. Maybe I should do that. I can't lose this game. Yeah. Warn doesn't apply if fewer than 50 employees are laid off at a single site, or the layoff affects fewer than 33% of the workforce and fewer than 500 workers. So it doesn't apply. Also, I'm curious how remote would impact that. My understanding is that everyone has been remote now. I could be wrong in that, but my understanding is everyone's been remote since like for December. Another possibility is a lot of those open to work employees could be strongly opposed to some internal change rather than having been let go. Rinrotar, perfect. Yes, 100%. That is what I've been also trying to say is we do not know this to be any sort of layoff at this point. There's been no announcement of that. This could be people just trying to get out ahead of stuff that are trying to, they're just like, all right, time for me to move on. That could very well be happening. So bro, for a TikTok YouTube short, if Ashes was to go bang tomorrow, shit, just lost that. What did it say? Where'd it go? Shit. All right. If Ashes was to go bang tomorrow, what would your next 6 months look like? Would you move on to another game? And if so, yeah, for sure. I don't do this. So I obviously have a personal love for Ashes of Creation. I've been following it for 9 years. So, I want to see it succeed. I have a lot invested into this. Streaming though, this is more so about everyone that comes in and hangs out with me and less so about the game. Does that make sense? Like, I actually enjoy just sitting here chatting with people that come in. Like, so yes, we would 100% move on to a new game. Actually, tomorrow we've already talked about Apogea and sort of what we might do in the future. So yes, we'd keep going. In fact, actually, a lot of the times I've only in the past played Ashes while streaming, What game would we go to? Shit, I have no idea. Apogea is probably, but that's only, I think they said until the 9th, right? After that, I don't know, man. We might start, I actually have thought about the idea of taking a look at some really old MMOs and sort of ones that were less known. But I don't know. I don't know what we'd do. What game is that? The two that come to mind, one is called The Chronicles of Spellborn. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of that. The other is called the Saga of Rzom. And actually Rzom is what it's called now, RYZOM. So RYZOM. That is on Steam, actually. Saga of Spellborn, Chronicles of Spellborn is not. You have to get that through their website. But both of these are very old games. And so I've thought about, just jumping through those to see what has changed over time, or what hasn't. Hytale, yeah, I mean, I've thought about that. I would like to stay in an MMO genre if I can. Maybe the news is APOC's coming back. Hey man, I would not be surprised from what, gosh, how do I want to word this? I would not be surprised. Kira also said he had insider info that would make the player base freak out. I think the player base is already freaking out. So all I can say is, when I was a kid growing up and I was very little, I loved a game. There was a game that I used to love to play, and I would encourage you actually to go Google it and see if you'd like to play this. I think it was called like Connect the Dots or something like that. Connect 4, Connect the Dots. It was some sort of game that I absolutely loved playing as I grew up. And so, I would tell you all just to Google that and start to try to see if you could play. Project Gorgon. I never can get into that. Maybe. Hytale needs more. Yeah, it's just so early. I have bought a supporter pack for Hytale. So, I mean, I do have interest in playing it, but I don't know that we'd stream it. So why would the player base freak out? You'd have to ask Kira what he heard. I can confirm the player base is freaking out. Just join Discord. Yeah. No, I was reading some of that on there for folks. Connect 4 was amazing. Connect the Dots was even better. What's up, Lulu? Happy Intrepid is dead day? We don't know that. Actually, it's an important distinction, actually. By saying Intrepid is dead, you're not necessarily saying Ashes of Creation is dead. He is content creator here on YouTube. What did I miss? Are you talking about me? What did I miss? Oh, you guys talking to each other? Soulframe? Soulframe I have access to as well. That's been another one that I've talked about. The player base is always freaking out. Yeah, but even Ren, even you have to say this is a little bit more like above the normal, okay? A little bit. I don't know who Kira is. He's on YouTube. He put out a video. That's sort of what started this ball rolling yesterday. He put out a video. I did not watch it all, so somebody else can summarize it if they've watched it. Watch the first few minutes. Essentially, it sounds like somebody reached out to him with some very significant information. He made a video saying this, but not what that information is. Instead, saying he would like to talk to current devs or somebody that could verify it before he talked about it. And that's sort of what. But Kira is also well known for a good example. He covered a lot of Chronicles of Illyria, so that should tell you a little bit. First game was Silk Road. Oh man, I've heard so much about that. I wish. I wish I had, because I've heard so much talk about that and covering Ashes of Creation. So I think we're running out of Kickstarter MMOs. Yeah, I mean, that's actually the last one I saw was like an AI, completely AI created, right? I did not invest into that one. The crazy part is you have all the rumors flying about at the moment, but there's zero response from the company. But again, a lack of communication is also a data point. The fact that they're not saying things is just as important as what they would say. So you could try Dragon's Dogma private server. Ooh, Warhammer Online. That's okay. That's another interesting one to think about. I love Warhammer Online. I hated it when they closed that. What's going on with Intrepid? A lot. I don't watch anyone else besides you about AOC. I appreciate that. 15 minutes of him and Hall around rumors. What else? It's also Saturday. I doubt they would say anything until Monday. That's true. Maybe. Who knows? I think they still work on the weekends. Kira has not provided any evidence, just hinted. Yeah, so that leaves everybody like, oh shit, what's going on? Apogea, A-P-O-G-E, what is, oh God, how do you spell it? A-P-O-G-E-A? The update rollback Wednesday was 5 times worse than this word. Oh, that's probably true. I mean, they're still going over here, man. Over here now, they're talking about stuff like white supremacy. I see here something about a swastika. I don't know what's going on in this Discord, man. Oh, it looks like people are on Bucky watch. So far, Bucky is not open to work. This shit's crazy, man. Again, I have a pinned video. It's pinned everywhere. Twitch. Actually, it's not pinned on TikTok because I don't know how to do that. It's pinned on YouTube and on Twitch. I would encourage you to go watch that. So I'll go tune in over there and do my volunteer responsibilities. The fact that you say that with a sigh tells me a lot, not about you, but about the community and where the community is. General Discord is on fire at the moment. Yeah. They're full on book burning. It looks like Whetstone. Maggie's back online. Well, that's the other thing, guys. So again, when you look at what's not being done, I can remember times, where, sorry, hold on. Motherfucker just logged me out. I didn't move around enough. Fucking hell, what was I saying? Oh, I can remember times in Discord where, you know, things would get so fucking crazy. I'm sorry, I'm starting to use 4-letter words again. I'll try not to. I can remember a time in Discord when you would get things so crazy and so out of hand. There was almost like a rapid response. Like, literally within 5 minutes, you would get like every single one of the moderators, and you would get, you know, Margaret, like you would have this flood of people like rushing in to try to contain whatever was going on. And that just don't happen anymore. I have sat in that Discord and watched literally hours of like racist, misogynistic stuff, like stuff that you just shouldn't have in a general Discord. Just went on and on and on. So I don't know. It's kind of sad actually, because it was quite impressive when you would see this response. It was almost like a bat signal was sent out or something, and like a rush of people would come in to like lock down the Discord and delete messages and do all this stuff, and that just does not happen anymore. So what about the potential positives about AOC being sold? Well, I mean, there certainly could be positives for sure if that were to happen. It's an if at this point. If it were to be sold, I mean, you could certainly have elements of set up in a way that you still have a successful release of a game. Now, I think that the scope would be drastically changed potentially, because I still would wonder about layoffs. Although I guess you could conceivably just continue on with new ownership and not lay anyone off. I highly doubt that would happen. But I think you could still have a potential project if run well, where you do get pieces of game coming out over time, and that could end up being like a Pantheon type of success. So it's possible. You know, where we're at right now, there's not enough information to know that sort of what if, right? You know, if the studio were ever to be sold, we don't know how many people would they keep, how many would they fire, who would they fire? Like, you don't really know, and that makes it hard to sort of predict things until you know. Will they merge some lower pop servers into stronger ones? They've done that before, yeah. And I think that would actually be a much better idea than starting than wiping at this point. Don't worry, they're working on a second Discord. What? What's that mean? What do you mean? What's that mean? If the code is in a state where people can work on it. I mean, that's where I get into the sort of like, if they were to ever fire people, like, it would also matter on who they fire, right? You know, if your top networking person that was responsible for like 50% of the code is all of a sudden not there, do the people that remain know how to work that code, how to fix it? You know, those are the sorts of questions that could drastically change direction. There are rumors that the Rust developers buying New World. Yeah, I think that's, some people were wondering if that was them buying Ashes. No, it's New World. Who owns Intrepid Studio, as far as we know? Stephen Shreve. When we all found out how to corruption bait with low-level tanks, they all came into Discord within 20 minutes. Now they aren't even doing PTR events. Yeah, I mean, it's just been different, man. It's been palpably different. I don't know. Success like Final Fantasy XIV Reborn rarely happens. Very true. People also will often look and say, what about No Man's Sky? Oh, well, No Man's Sky did it. Again, a very unique situation that will probably not be replicated again. So oh, look, there goes General again. We get these huge spams. Oh, it broke my General. Let's see. Oh, it's not just in General. It's also in trade. Look at that. It's still going. It's still going. Jesus Christ. Oh, did we end? Or did it just break my scroll? Oh, no, it broke the scroll. It's still going. Did it end? All right, I think it ended. time to swipe that card. For what? What are you going to buy? I mean, I think they're doing this because they see the game potentially crashing. Ashes of Creation is going to do FF Reborn route because their logo is the Phoenix. Brilliant IQ move by Steven. All of this is intentional to remake the game. Hey, I have a bridge. Are you interested? Do you know anything about them holding ownership in Ashes? Yes, it's public. If you go, there's a, I think it's June of 2024, there is a legal filing against Intrepid Studios, and within that legal filing, it includes a stockholder agreement. So, rainbow spam again? Yes. Didn't Final Fantasy 14 rebrand and save itself? Yeah, it did. They need a feature to ban timeout users for sending X messages in 5 seconds. A wonderful idea. I love that idea. I wonder who's still around that we could make do that. Sorry, that was a joke that probably fell very flat. AOC 2 powered by Unreal Slop Engine 6 in 10 years. Gonna be poggers. Even if Square Enix had to spend $300 million to say Final Fantasy 14, they would. It was that serious. Yeah, and they did. Yeah, that's a good point too. I mean, it's also its own IP, right? Like, are we really going to compare Final Fantasy as an IP to Ashes of Creation? No. No. We've not even seen the lore for Ashes of Creation at this point, outside of a few Pathfinder campaigns that they did for Extra Life. Outside of that, we don't even know what the IP is. Well, I mean, we know a little bit, but not a ton. Nail, appreciate the follow. From what I gather, they own about 10%, sued for transparency, but did not follow through. The stock agreement I saw was like 5.5% or something. I could be wrong, but I don't know for sure. So that's just what I saw on the public documents. Wait, there was going to be lore. This all came out of a Pathfinder campaign that Steven made. So yes, there was going to be lore. Eastern MMOs keep releasing, but none of them are even mid. Pure pay to win slop. I mean, somebody's paying for them. Somebody's making some money. So somebody's paying for it. Ashes Unchained. Y'all are coming up with some crazy names, man. This is a good case study of why West failing to produce its AAA MMO for quite ages now, while Eastern Asian developers keep thriving. Now, we talked about that a little bit. I think yeah. Who's this guy? Hold up. I just pulled up my video. I mean, some people just can't see, man. I got to get them to learn how to play Connect the Dots or Connect 4, whatever it's called. Here's a comment to the video of our Intrepid Studios and Ashes of Creation being sold. The comment is, my suggestion is for you to stop looking at Reddit. I'm never on Reddit. I don't know what this person thinks going on, but don't know. Discord has stopped. What a rare sight. Did it quit? Did it? Oh, what's the slow mode? Anybody know? I should post a message just to see what the time frame is. Who's in Discord anyways? Oh, Margaret's there. Did she say anything? Oh, here's a statement. Is this from Kira? What is this? The ashes meltdown is beginning. Buckle up. LMAO. I am a petty man. I don't want the game to fail for the community who have never been a cunt to me. But there are some people who deserve whatever happens. Not like to their health or life, obviously. Just to the things they went nuts at me over when I don't think I did much wrong. I'm never going to not have that feeling inside of me to see them shit on me endlessly and smile a bit when I know they're about to get a massive shitfall on their head. I don't know, man. I'm not here to like encourage people to be, I don't know, whatever. You can be petty about stuff. I mean, the amount of, in the last 60 days, 70 days, like we've really taken off in shorts and stuff on YouTube, and that's brought with it a whole lot of comments. I don't know. I could see where people, I very much try to not take things personally, because why would I let someone else who is ignorant in what they're saying and clearly has no idea of what they're saying, why would I let them influence me? Right? Like, why would I let them influence my mood, how I feel about me, how I feel about the world? I don't know. I try not to let any of that get to me. Maybe he's gone through different stuff. I don't know, but I don't know. I'm not going to be a petty man like he said he is. Ashes definitely attracted an interesting crowd. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Kara said that. Sounds like a Jalon message. It does, actually. Is that Narc? Narc's moved on. Credit to Narc. Narc has... No, I don't think you'll ever see Narc return. Narc is doing very, very well. Actually, let me go back. I don't know. Let me double check that before I say he's doing well. What was his name? Mogies? What was his goddamn name? Moogies? Poggies? And what was his name? 2 minutes, Slimmo. Can someone, what was his name? Moogles? Because he always said Poggies. It is Moggies. I put that in. Why did it not show up? Oh, I see why. Spelled it wrong. All right. Just because Narc will always have a special place for me. Here's Narc. So, Moggies. He's doing well. He's got 253K views, 105K views, 132K views, 184K views. He's doing okay. I think he moved on. So, good for him.
Now Steven's teabagging me as well.
He's going to be so mad that Fat Max revealed his new channel. Please, everybody already knows that. I don't care either. So, he can deny it. His new channel is really high quality. No, yeah, it's still
holy shit.
He's really good at editing. I'll say that. Monsters and Memories is also something that has been a surprise to me. I'll probably jump into that as well. The hard thing I have about Monsters and Memories is just that the fact that it's so, EverQuest-like that I don't know, man. If I want to play EverQuest, I'll go play EverQuest, but we'll see. I just wanted to say Fat Max. Yeah. Monsters and Memories is ugly. I mean, it is a visual different. It is different, so for sure. But all right, I'm double checking some stuff. Let's see what's going on. All right. What do we want to do, guys? We're way over our normal time. God, we're an hour and 8 minutes over. We can keep going. My kids are going to need lunch here in a minute, but other than that, They need to start hardware ID banning bots soon. Yeah, but I don't think that fixes anything, does it? Have you tried Mortal 2? Fuck no. Should I? I mean, my understanding, as soon as I log in, somebody's gonna kill me. I don't think I could play EQ1 days. Oh yeah, no, I hear you. You know, I grew up as a kid, started with EverQuest 1 and loved it, obviously. Zipwood, I appreciate the follow. When Ashes started to unveil their Bard, I was like, ooh, I'm gonna go back to EverQuest because their Bard was badass at the time. Casual Perry, I appreciate the follow. I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna experience it, see what it's like. Tune twisting, all of this. I mean, damn, it took like 5 hours to get to level 2 or something, 3. I was like, all right, we're done. This is going to stay back in the land of nostalgia. So, yeah. What did I miss? Let's see if I can condense this down any I think I've gotten good at this. So initially this all started out with a Kira video from yesterday. Where he said he had some insider information or some sort of knowledge that would sort of be a big issue for the community. But he proceeded to not say anything about what it was, saying he needed to talk to staff or something first to confirm. Then fast forward to last night, all of a sudden since last night into today, there are, I think the last somebody said was 16 or 17 Intrepid on LinkedIn and people who are listed as employees of Intrepid that have now changed to being open to work. And so there's also now been questions about Margaret's LinkedIn. Anyways, this is all really taken off. So let's see if did my thing stay? Oh no, they've not removed my video. That's good. Still in CC as well. It's a wild day. Again, I would encourage you. Oh, we're getting a lot of narc put into general chat now. So Margaret has now removed her title. Did she? In LinkedIn? It's still listed in Discord. So. Yeah, it would be. Haber, I played in Alpha 2, but it was not that good. One question. On a rate of 1 to 10, what is it in all honesty? As things stand today, I'm going to say a 4. I thought 5, Muppet, but things have gotten so bad with bots and other stuff added into all this. I'm going to put it at a 4. Let's see. Did she, all right. I mean, she still lists as, let's see, what's her title say? Guys, it still says Director of Communications and Marketing. I don't know what everyone's getting. So here, let's do this. Wait, what's happening here? Why can't I see what I want to see? All right, we're gonna do this. Let's see. Most fun I've had on this game is wiping a full group on my tank solo twice in a row. Richie made a video saying it was Saying what was removed? Oh, hold up. Her title, I think is what you're saying. Hold up. Let's see. God damn, there's so much shit to go through here. Oh my God, what is it doing? Oh, LinkedIn still says Intrepid. Yeah, I'm gonna show if I can get this to fucking work, man. I had hopes. On MMO finally, but not looking good. I mean, we don't know. We don't know. All right, can this not take so GD long? LinkedIn, what is your problem? All right, here we go. Let's see. I'm not sure what they're looking at. Here, let's see now. Intrepid Studios. All right, so the market stuff's at the top of LinkedIn, not in the experience section. Yeah, but the experience section still says Director of Communications and Marketing, right? That's what that's what I was going to point out, but that's what you put here. So I don't know, did it say something different before? Right, because if you come in here, I mean, it still lists Director of Communications and Marketing. I don't know. What sucks? Just a lot of stuff that seems to be going on with Ashes of Creation. He might be right. I don't know. And as said, it looks like maybe she edited the top part. I just don't know what it said before. I don't know if somebody else knows. I don't know if it's been caught and way back or not. So. Actually, I'm pulling up way back right now. Wait, that's not been archived? What the f is this about? TKB, I appreciate the follow. Why is it saying it can't show it? I don't know. It's telling me way back is not letting me do it, so. Oh, she removed at Intrepid Studios. Yeah, Wayback's not letting me look at it. I don't know if anybody else has been able to get it to work, but. I don't know, man. Internet sleuth's gone ham. Yeah. I don't know. It sucks, though. Actually, I'd like to hear from you a full rundown, pros and cons, at least. I mean, from you could be a good way for devs to consider changes to the game. Oh, man, that's so long, dude. Actually, I plan to do that, but so much to go into that. Actually, we did like a top 3, like quality. So server quality is number 1. If your players can't stay connected, like that's the biggest issue. Second would be content. If you don't have content, people are just going to bounce. And third would be PvP. So. I think somebody else just linked it. Yeah, I just clicked it. No, Wayback's not letting me do it, so. All right, guys. I don't know that we're going to get much more this morning. I'll be right back. It looks like one of my kids would like lunch, so I'll be right back.
I got Fant MX down.
Jamie's going hard at Margaret. What do you mean? What am I missing? I hope not. Oh, I see what he's saying. Hey guys, we aren't sold and don't have a new board of directors is a pretty quick post unless they're NDA'd because those things are happening. Oh, I don't know. Again, my viewpoint on all this is when you have a group of people that historically do a lot of talking, do a lot of talking in Discord and sort of cease. My guess is that they don't, and that they don't want to. Like in general, I would think, I don't know for sure, I could be wrong, but I would think that your people who are typically very chatty, maybe they've been told they can't be. I don't know. I really don't know. Next 2 weeks are going to be a really long wait. I mean, yeah, Jamie's playing World of Warcraft. He went back to that, so. Again, I'm not a big fan of like personal attacks. So how do you feel about PvX? Oh, it is a myth. PvX is just PvP. PvX is a very polite way to say, hey, you're going to potentially get killed in a way that makes attempts to make PvE players more comfortable. What ends up happening is that PvE players still get killed and get frustrated and quit. And then you have a PvP crowd that's also not satisfied. And so they get mad. So. Being silent is super bad. No, I don't disagree, but I would hesitate to think that the silence we're seeing is, I mean, maybe it is intentional, but you don't know. It could also be that maybe they were told they're no longer allowed to say certain things. We don't know. So, once again, people are overreacting and being melodramatic. I mean, in some instances, sure. Again, I need to put a playlist together. Ooh, maybe we can do that. Let's see. If I go to YouTube, can I create a new playlist? Let's see what we can do. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Create. How to post. Let's go. Let's see. Content. Where do I make a freaking new playlist? That's so long since I've made a playlist. Do I just have to go to the videos individually? Small hand sighting? Where? Oh, it is Richie. Ah, fuck off. That's your name. Richie Small Hands. Hey, Richie, what's it called when one of us reaches peak orgasm? What did we call it? I don't remember. I was trying to tell them, but I couldn't get the name to come to mind. So I wasn't sure what it was. Climax. Damn, dude, I didn't think you'd play all along. All right, let's see. Can I make a, how the fuck do I do this? Louis J, I appreciate the follow. Sleep? Oh, I'm awake. I started at what, 5 hours ago? I start early, so you'll always play along. Samurai, I appreciate the follow. All right, we need to create a, oh, here we go. New playlist. Must, oh wait, no, we're gonna call this Connect the Dots. And Ashes of Creation. Fun list? No. Let's call it playlist. Let's see. All right, let's add some videos. Post deletes, what's going on? How you been? What's the next MMO you're going to play? We're going to do Apogea probably tomorrow. Beyond that, I'm not really sure. Sort of open to whatever. I've talked about going and doing some old games. So things like some old non-mainstream games. So Chronicles of Spellborn. No, sorry. Yeah, the Chronicles of Spellborn. Saga Razam is another one. Games that people have probably never heard of. Why can't I add more than 3? Shit. My man, on a scale of 1 to 10, how likely is it that AOC survives 2026 with its current leadership? With its current leadership, I would not be super I would not bet on that. I would not bet you any money. So, Rizom is actually on Steam. It's RYZOM. These are legit like old games. So, but you know, I'm curious, like, what is it like, you know? What's it? What is? How would they play now? All right, let me. God damn it! Trying to put together a quick playlist for you guys. Let's see. Let's put it here. All right, got that one. What else do we want to put? Probably not that one. We'll do this one. Sort of a watch to understand kind of list of things, I think, is what we'll put together here. Maybe some survival like Scummer Daisy. You know, I've tried Daisy. I don't know. It's whatever. Vanguard's your favorite MMO. Is there a private server for that? There is, right? Shit. What's Valoran? I don't know what that is. Current leadership, what's wrong? There's a lot of stuff going on, man. We don't really know. So, you know, right now, where all of this started was Kira put out a video that he had heard some sort of something or other, didn't really talk about it. Basically said it would be a massive thing. After that, we proceeded to have several current Intrepid devs on their LinkedIn pages list that they are open for work. So that's where we're sort of at. Now there's also been some suggestions that there's been some curiosity or questions about whether Margaret is still the director of communications. There's just a lot. Shit, I logged out again. Sorry, I'm trying to put this together. Are you talking about the Kira video? What's pointless? I noticed you can stand for long periods of time without being booted. Oh, me? I don't know. Was I? Kira's after the ad revenue. Yeah, I did not watch the whole thing. Marky, I appreciate the follow. I mean, the game's gonna fail, and I'm really disappointed. After 10 years, the game is so bad shape. Silence, slow down. Yeah, I'll hopefully eventually put together something much bigger, but we'll see first where things go. So, all right. I think these will probably help you to better understand stuff. Feel free to share. Here. All right, I'm gonna put this here. And we'll put this here. And we'll put this here. Go watch those. Do you play on Resident? No, I play on Vira. Seems it was running 5 years ago, at least quite a lot. Oh, yeah, Vanguard. I might check that as well. I hear people talking about reducing the world size. Has anything like that been confirmed? It was suggested in 1.0 may not include. Yeah, so during the creator interview that included Nice Gaming, Vladis Gaming, Lude Lloyd, Zyback TV. During that, Vladis asked about what should be in the game and what shouldn't, or what might be in the game at release and what might not. And that was the first time that Steven basically said probably only one continent. He didn't necessarily say it outright, but that's what I took away from what he said. Are you talking about the people that got laid off? No, this is in addition to. Yeah, we know about the 9 that got laid off. This is different, and this is more than 9. The last I heard, it was 17 people. What was the game you said you were going to be playing tomorrow? Apogea. Let me see if I can. I'll put it in here. Apogea. Margaret removing add Intrepid plus the holding LLC signals restructuring to me. This could be positive for the game. However, the lack of clarity sucks. Yeah, we don't really know. That segment was kind of awkward, almost like Steven interrogation. Yeah, I mean, you got to pin Steven down though. Steven is very good with words. And so it matters how he says things. Is this game still live? Yeah, it is. There are news regarding AOC. Well, right now where we're at is several AOC devs have been listed as looking for work that seem to be unrelated to the 9 that we know were fired. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he asked what we were playing tomorrow. Did I answer that wrong? No, this is Ashes of Creation. I thought that you asked what we were going to play tomorrow. Am I wrong in that? Oh yeah. What was the game you said you were going to be playing tomorrow? Yeah, that was it. Like a week and a half ago, there were 9 that we know that we were told got laid off. So, we finished $15 a month and in its PvP aspects, less servers for sure. Yeah, I mean at this point, unless they change, I don't know, man. It's a niche game unless they make some pretty significant changes. Anytime I try to play OC lately, it just crashes. That sucks. Yeah, I think that's a reoccurring issue for some folks. Two questions. What mount is this? This is a skin. So this is the, I'm gonna show where to go. Here. This is the Fox of the Pyre. It's just a skin. And if devs are getting laid off, how bad is this? We don't know. They might not be getting laid. So we do know that 9 got laid off a week and a half ago. That Steven confirmed that. So, but last night is when we started having extra LinkedIn posts updated. And that has not been talked about. That has not been announced. None of that. So, you know, we don't know that anyone's been laid off. So currently, we know the 9 were of the current LinkedIn posts. We don't know. So it could equally be that they're just like, maybe they're suspecting something's going on and they're just trying to get out ahead of it, right? And find new jobs. We don't really know. We just know that a number of them put up looking for work. Well, this is separate from 9. We also, I mean, you're taking Steven word that was just 9, but this is different from that. That was a week and a half ago. These are unrelated, and this has been immediately all at once. So there's something different about this. Also, Steven came out and said, yes, we did fire the 9. There has been no comment on any of this. And believe me, they've been pinged in Discord, so everyone's aware. I know everyone's aware because I know last night Intrepid employees were aware that all of this was happening on Discord. So I don't know, guys. We got a plan though. We'll have fun going forward. We'll do right now. The plan for us is keep going. You know, I'm not gonna quit. I do this just to chat with you all. You know, so I ain't gonna quit doing that. You know, we'll go to Apogea tomorrow and we'll kind of see what that's like. We'll see where we go. I want to stay in the MMO range. So, you know, and we'll wait and see. We never know. Ashes might, you know, this maybe something positive happens and we're okay, but we don't know. It's not like he owes anybody to tell them why or when he fires people. No, he doesn't, but he usually does. So every time they've let people go, he's made a comment on it, and he hasn't this time. Which is why they might not be let go. This could be people who are still employed, but they're just looking for new jobs. We don't know. Short recap. Yesterday, Kira sparked a whole lot of conversation with a video that said somebody gave him some information that he couldn't tell us about until he confirmed it with employees. Sparked a whole lot of conversation. Last night, we started seeing current Intrepid developers on LinkedIn saying that they're open for work. I put up a video last night. It's linked. It's pinned that you might go check out as well and provide some context. As well for you to go take a peek at, and yeah. It's up to 19 people open to work on LinkedIn. All right, well, there you go. Let's see, my video, what's going on with it? I haven't looked. Where'd it go? Ooh, 89 point. Oh, a lot of downvotes. Oh well. Give the what? They need to put out this fire. Yeah, but they haven't, right? Again, just as much as what's not said is what is said. They haven't. I was going to pick up the game on Monday. Now I'm unsure. I would wait. I would definitely wait. For sure. All right, guys, we're getting near, I think, where I'm probably going to take the day off. Well, not the day off. We've been going how long? Shit. Jesus, almost 6 hours. We normally go 4. So probably gonna head out here. Anybody that's on Twitch, on YouTube that has not given me a follow, do me a solid and give me a follow. I'll be back here tomorrow morning. We're here every Saturday and Sunday morning. Usually chatting and playing Ashes of Creation. Tomorrow we'll probably still talk about Ashes of Creation. Most likely we'll be playing a different game, but we'll see. Where did you take the mount? It's a skin. So it's a from, I don't even know how long ago. Crazy. I appreciate the follow. The real question is who's making their return to Royal Rumble. That's hilarious. Bachi, I appreciate the follow. Fury, I appreciate the follow. Shadow, I appreciate the follow as well. So, Big Quads, it's good to see you. How you been? Trent, I appreciate the follow. I feel like I haven't seen you for a long time. Just a backpack, appreciate the follow. But yeah, I'll try to keep everyone, you know, we'll see how things are going. I don't know if I'll put up a YouTube video or not tonight or tomorrow. I mean, unless there's like significant information that comes forward, or if I talk to anybody, stuff like that. Hated reviews, I appreciate the dono, the $10. I appreciate you. Turbo, I appreciate the sub. Rick, appreciate the sub. Tholis, appreciate the sub. Glad you all are here hanging out. You know, but if I talk to anybody, yeah, if anything comes up, Certainly, I'll keep everyone in the loop. You never know. You never know who you're going to hear from, what's going to happen. Sorry, did you answer the dev question? Sorry, what? Remind me, please. Can we get your Royal Rumble prediction? Man, I haven't watched that in so long. Well, I still keep up with it. I really don't know who's picked to win the Royal Rumble, though. Oh, devs getting laid off. Is that a bad thing? We don't really know. If this, let's say hypothetically, let's say the studio gets sold. I think when companies typically change hands and there are financial issues, I think often historically, you'll see layoffs, right? We don't know if that's happening. We don't know if that will happen. We don't know if the studio is changing hands. If it does happen, I think we really just need to know two things: how many people get laid off and who are they? If it's a large number, if it's more than half your studio gets laid off, and if that includes a whole lot of senior developers, I think that's a very bad thing. And I think we can basically expect a very different game than what we all hope to have. But we don't, that's sort of an answer. That's it might not be that. And it could be that we keep good people and maybe they slim down, but we get a good smaller game. I don't really know. There's just a lot of unknowns right now. And that's I think why everyone's freaking out. So, Phantom X not answering the Royal Rumble question makes me think he might be a surprise entrant. Get my ass kicked, man. Shit, I couldn't enter the women's Royal Rumble. I'd get my ass kicked there. They may have hired Musk to do some Twitter work. You're not freaking out. I mean, it is what it is, right? At the end of the day, the game will either succeed or it won't, I think if any of us have put so much into this that it literally crushes us, if it doesn't happen, then I think we probably should spend time to look at ourselves and say, like, what did I do here? Like, what did I do to allow myself to get to this point? So, I don't know. And this is coming from a guy that's, Phoenix Initiative has been doing this for 9 years, right? Would it suck? Yeah, it would suck, but there's other games out there. There's other ways to have fun for us to do stuff, to hang out and chat and shit. So, life is short. Things happen. You just got to find a path forward. Have fun, live. Don't let other people influence what you're doing. I'd pay $5 a month to keep this game alive. I don't think that'd be enough. They've said 15 anyways. So now I'm going to have to watch in case you show up. It's hilarious. I've only known of one other game that charged a sub during an alpha or a beta, and that was Pathfinder Online. They actually did charge a sub in order to be a part of the testing. That game did not succeed. So I always keep that in mind when I hear the suggestion of paying a sub to test. I think it's much more idealized for people to just pay a one-time cost and do it that way. Why do I have mail? Anybody know I have mail? Why is this still showing up? I already read these. Yeah, we paid all this shit. Oh yeah, that's right. We had a late fee. We were bad and had a late fee. So. All right. Who we wanna go raid? Again, if you haven't followed me and you want to hang out tomorrow, follow me. Anybody on that you are interested in raiding? I don't even know who's in doing Ashes of Creation. I'm hungry too, guys. I haven't had anything to eat all day. Starving. Ready to eat something. I don't even know. Let's see. Who do you want to? Where is everybody that we normally would raid into? Did you put any weight into Steven not signing the letter? I think that says something, don't you? If the studio wasn't getting sold, Steven would already be reacting on the rumors. I feel like if the studio wasn't being sold, when things start freaking out like this, somebody would say something. And you're all right. They have not. What letter? There was a letter that they put out where they delayed the live stream. It was like the developer's letter or whatever, director's letter, and it was not signed by Steven. It was signed by like the Intrepid team or something like that. I forget what the wording was, but it was not signed by the director. So I don't know. Read into that what you want. All right, we're going to I'm actually going to send y'all to Triple Killer. Triple will come in here quite often and hang out. He's on, so we'll just go there. All right, before we do that, I'm going to start heading out, everybody. Again, watch that playlist, watch these videos. If you've not followed me, please consider following me, and we'll be back tomorrow morning. All right, TikTok, I'll see you all later. Been real. Appreciate you hanging out. All right, YouTube. I don't have anywhere to send you either. So, other letters, there's not been other letters like that. So there's been nothing to compare it to. But the fact that it's a director's letter or whatever, and it doesn't say his name, I think just something. So I don't know. It's not over. It's, you know, the fun ride while it lasted. It's still going. We don't know. So, you know, always take things in measured steps, right? All right, YouTube. Again, follow me. I'm delicious. I'll see you guys later. And Twitch.